Здравствуйте, уважаемые дамы и господа.
Good morning, dear ladies and
Рад
gentlemen.
приветствовать всех на нашем
Happy to
12-м уже
welcome
по счету
everyone
Гайдаровском форуме.
at the
Сегодня
12th
на нашей
Gaidar
экспертной
forum,
дискуссии
and today
мы с Санзором
we're
Ахмедовичем
holding an
Мурзаевым,
expert
руководителем Федеральной службы по
discussion
надзору в сфере
together
образования
with
и науки,
Mr. Murzai,
хотим
head of the Federal
обсудить
Service for
вопросы
Supervision in Education
реформирования,
and Science. Would like
вопросы
to
создания перспективной
talk
модели
about the questions
надзора
related
в сфере
to
высшего
prospective model
образования.
of supervision in the area of education.
2 года назад началась
2 years
работа
ago,
по изменению контрольно-надзорной деятельности.
work
С тех
started
пор
on
приняты ряд
changes in
решений.
supervision activities,
Вышли
and
новые
since that time
законы.
a number of
И
decisions have
год
been
предыдущий,
made,
кроме всего прочего, был
some
непростой.
laws have been
Вузы,
adopted,
за
but
исключением сентября,
these years were
января,
not
февраля и
easy, I should
сентября,
say.
октября, работали в
Last
удаленном
year,
режиме. Все это резко
the
повышает
institutes and
актуальность
universities had
нашей
to work
дискуссии,
in a
потому что
distant mode, which makes
речь
our
должна идти о
discussion
том,
even
что как снизить
more
регуляторную нагрузку
topical.
на
So
вузы, с
we are
одной
talking
стороны.
now
С другой
about how
стороны,
to ease up
процесс
on
цифровизации, процессы перехода
in terms
в
of the
образование
workload
на
and
новые технологии, они дали
education load. On the other hand, the transition to new technologies
дистанционно следить за тем,
made
что
it possible
происходит в этой
for
сфере.
supervision agencies to monitor closely what's going on in this area. So it was
актуальность реформы в год
really
пандемии резко выросла.
issue, but during the pandemic, I think it's even become even more pronounced. But today we would like to discuss a number of issues. First of all, why the previous system was not up to the mark, and why some changes are needed, and the Federal Service for Supervision have adopted a number of decrees under which certain requirements in terms of the material basis were removed. Anyway, the reform is in full swing right now. Nevertheless, we understand that there are certain stages in the reform, and I doubt we would be able to do everything within 1 year, and we can talk about some drawbacks today and how we're going to improve the situation in this area. So the first question I would like to discuss today, and a question to you, Anzor, what's your take on the shortcomings in the area of higher education? Good morning, dear online audience, and dear Sergey Germanovich. As you said, the pandemic has changed radically in many areas, including education. We in the Federal Service for Supervision, I'm going to speak on behalf of my organization, over the last years, as we worked together with some working teams to create the regulatory framework. So we tried to resolve certain acute issues, and we were debating on many issues, and we have actually arrived at certain decisions. So while we were moving towards our finish line, the pandemic started, and all these processes that accompanied it, which was a kind of an eye-opener for many of us, including distant education. I think that's quite an important point, as some initiatives have already been launched in this area. But what's important right now is to, first of all, that distant online education should not be converted, should not turn into what we witnessed in the 90s when a lot of universities were licensed, were certified, but many of them actually turned into kind of a shell companies to issue diplomas only. So I think we should work in this area jointly with experts to see how it's going to work in practice. As regards the general reaction to all these events, well, indeed, the government entrusted all the regulatory bodies in the area of education to improve the situation, and we actually made it simpler for many universities to get accreditation, first of all, to get the relevant certificates, and also as regards inspections. The inspections were suspended, and there were certain instructions issued at the time, so we used the online communication as we received many documents in electronic format, and if we had questions, so we required audio and video materials in this case, but we managed to deal with this quite successfully, and certain restrictions were lifted for many universities, as we realized that we can further use these kind of methods. What exactly had been done prior to the pandemic and during the pandemic? First of all, we made a list of requirements, mandatory requirements for educational establishments. That's what actually been on the list of top priorities over many years. And at this point in time, it's already been it has taken effect. A lot of procedures and documents were converted into digital formats, because we used to had a lot of papers for each teacher, each professor, but right now a lot of these documents have been made in digital formats, which made the lives of many universities much easier. Since 2015, this system has been in effect. The monitoring of websites, which was done by Federal Service for Supervision, is being implemented in an automated mode. As for some shortcomings, we should admit that the key requirements, the legal framework has existed for a long time, and it's been developed with the participation of the leading educational establishments, the ministries and the federal service participated actively in preparation of these documents and these requirements and standards. But of course, as time flies, a lot of clauses, provisions from these documents have become outdated, and we need, as I already mentioned, to do a lot of work within this framework. So we have adopted certain methods already, but we still have years ahead to make some corrections. Thank you. But if you allow me to carry out a kind of analysis on behalf of the university, you've pointed out some areas where you're going to improve so as to remove these deficiencies. But from the university's viewpoint, our university, the Academy of Foreign Trade, is one of the leading institutions, and we usually go through these procedures quite efficiently, I mean the supervision and monitoring. But let me sum up certain problems that we still face in this area. The first set of these problems is a great number of overlapping licensing and accreditation requirements. I think many of them are not always transparent, and it's not easy to understand them. So let me draw some. I will draw some examples later on. Also, there's a kind of a biased attitude when we hire experts. There are certain considerations here at this point which are equally important, and of course, the so-called pre-planned inspections. When you know that you have to go through this procedure every 3 or 5 years, you have to get ready for that, and it takes about 1 year in every university. You have to prepare all the documents for these inspections. So in all these questions, I've just listed so far just 3 most important issues, but sometimes these things are purely formal. We understand that some documents are needed, some papers are needed. So if you ignore something, of course it's bad, but the formal and the planned character of these inspections, I would say, probably is the most important drawbacks in this system. So what's your take on that? So the list of mandatory requirements that I've just mentioned have been approved for 1 year, and as a matter of fact, this year we're going to act within this particular framework. So one of the points here is why a certain university falls under the inspection requirements, under the monitoring requirements. One of the points here is because, for example, for 6 years, it has not been monitored. The second reason behind this are some complaints and claims from citizens regarding the activities of such university. So a group of experts worked on that, including representatives from higher educational establishments, as they identified this list and I've said already that we're going to work on that this year. But in any case, we're still, the year is not, I mean, the academic year is not over yet, and even though some universities have not been inspected for a long time, and if according to a risk-oriented model, they are not in the red zone, so to say. I mean, even if there are no claims, no complaints about such universities, and even if the license requirements terms are quite protracted, it's still worth inspecting certain establishments. But as I said, as we work on this within this year, it will be clearer to all of us, to the expert community, whether we were right in identifying certain universities. But we realized that this list was prepared and approved not by our structure, not only by regulatory bodies, the Ministry of Education, talking about school education. It was studied thoroughly and finally approved, taking into account the the university expert community. And our expert teams, roughly 80% of our expert teams account for representatives of universities and other ministries, such as the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Transport. So we are trying to take into consideration the interests of the entire higher educational community. Thank you very much. Well, in fact, you already started answering my next question. What about the workload for certain universities in connection with such inspections? So let me fantasize a little bit around that. What I'm going to say right now, we've already discussed at the it was our working team at one of the universities which was set up under the Ministry of Education and Science. Some of the reviews have already been published, so it's been discussed, you know, openly. But you probably will tell me whether this model is close to your understanding of what's going on. So when we proceeded from what we are supposed to do in the nearest future in this area, we used some examples of what already exists in risk-oriented supervision and monitoring activities. In my view, as a specialist in a certain subject matter, not as a rector, because I'm dealing with finance, I've been dealing with finances and taxation in this area. So our tax service have been working on the basis of risk-oriented approach. There are no planned inspections. Well, there are some incidental inspections, maybe, just as they do this all over the world, but all other inspections are done in accordance with a risk model. So it's already been implemented, and it's, the work is underway on that. But I think all the taxpayers can say that in early 2000s, quite much was done in this area. What else can be done in the area of monitoring and supervision in higher education? It's quite a, you know, complicated area, I should say. So first of all, I would like to mention here that we have to go over to a risk-oriented control, to that particular method. What kind of model we can discuss in this case? As, for example, a new university is being set up, or certain radical conditions are changing as we try to implement new programs, new curricula, new specialities. So in this situation, we, of course, understand that the inspection is inevitable. But how it is going to be done, we have to probably combine the accreditation procedure, the certification. Well, I'm not discussing exactly which requirements are needed at this point. You mentioned already that there is a list, but which is not going to be an eternal thing, but you will be discussing this based on the results of this year. So after the inspection and the institution has been certified in accordance with the state standards, you don't need to inspect this again. It has to be inspected only in case it is in the red zone, or if its indicators are not consistent with certain standards. So transition to constant monitoring in online mode. Well, of course, certain indicators cannot be constant. The number of teachers, for example, does not change every day, but anyway, the frequency of these changes may be somewhat different. Now the second block of the second issues, the mandatory requirements that have to be met. First of all, they must be split into requirements with different assumptions. So what exactly we are supposed to inspect at a certain point? So let me draw an example from another area. When we inspect fire safety procedures. Fire safety. What exactly must be done in this case? You have to provide evidence that all requirements are met, but there is a kind of an assumption that all the requirements have been violated. For example, that the exits are not blocked, and so on and so forth. The special alarm signals on the doors, where are the keys to the doors, and so on and so forth. But so you have to provide evidence in every case when you have to prove these requirements, you know. But if there are certain assumptions that have been violated, the fire safety team, the relevant experts have to come and to check on that. Or the safety of the airplane, for example, an aircraft. Every time before each flight, you have to check to make sure that all the systems are in place and are in effect. In education, sometimes it's the same. For example, we have to approve, to confirm the qualifications of certain teachers. Probably there is no need to arrange exams for every teacher. But if we're talking about the safety measures in a chemical lab, for example, of course you have to inspect for example, the extractor or ventilation system. So if everything is fine, you don't have to prove the workability, the ability to work of each teacher at every point. Or under the conditions in the coronavirus situation, you know, we have to provide evidence right now, proceeding from the assumption that anyone can be infected. So when we check the qualifications of a teacher, we check whether he has a diploma, a degree. But when we are talking about the first aid measures and the skills, we have to prove that such a teacher knows how to use the first aid measures. So, in other words, it's quite important to split these requirements into requirements with different assumptions. Because in different cases, when there is a kind of a general danger, threat that there are major violations, and there is a probability that there might be some violations, but the threat is not so acute. So there are different requirements in each particular case that you have to take into consideration, and that will certainly alleviate the workload on the universities.
As I said, this should be a transition to the risk-driven model, then the list of the mandatory obligations and commitments which have to be divided into specific presumptions, and thirdly, the list of indicators has to be complied. Without a field inspection, we cannot identify what is going on with each and every requirement, but we can monitor certain indicators which statistically are connected to the performance of the mandatory obligations and requirements. You said there is a number of monitorings which are being held by the Ministry of Education and other agencies and departments which you are doing, and following them, we can come up with some conclusions. If there are chances that the requirements are infringed and whether inspection is needed. These are the three main blocks. Honestly, I do not suppose that these things can be implemented very quickly, but what is your attitude towards what I have said? Well, what you have said is totally right. I subscribe to almost everything you have said. And there is no arguing about what you just mentioned.
You know,
I said already, there is a list of mandatory requirements, and it is self-sufficient, and it is flexible, it is dynamic.
The
year has just begun, and
большие дискуссии в
We
рамках
are already involved in discussions within the working groups.
предоставили, так скажем, новую рискоориентированную модель.
Have already presented a risk-oriented or risk-driven model. Where we are lagging behind in general. We are lagging behind in the sense that still we insufficiently use the big data available for us. And the Ministry of Education Supervision has lots of data concerning the student body who are enrolled in universities, and many students took exams in grade 9 or 11, so we know the potential applicants. And the Ministry of Education also does a lot of monitoring. There are a lot of items that the universities have to comply with. As I said, we also have our own site monitoring, and there are other monitorings. And we may use this data, as you have correctly said, to identify that this or that university actually doesn't perform very well, and they do not provide quality training for BA students or MA students. And we have to interfere. We have to act regardless of the fact whether these are the state institutes or private institutes. Once they are accredited, they commit themselves to provide high-quality training. As I said, what used to be 10 years ago, the number of universities which just took advantage of the accreditation and provided no education at all is totally unacceptable. But the students and the parents actually were different. At the time, just the mere certificate was enough, and people believed that the certificate alone would provide for employment. But now the students and the parents have changed. They know what industries may ensure, may guarantee high wages and salaries, and it is no longer valid that once you have a certificate of an academia, then you would be employed and you would be paid very well. Now only the knowledge is being paid for, and we cannot afford this luxury, subscribing to the fact that this university or that university gives high-quality education with no verification or with no inspections. So once we accredit the academia, the university, we assume some responsibility. But how we make our choice? In that sense, we are missing certain factors. Our approach is to identify the monitorings which are being held, and we have to be clear about the indicators which are included into the monitorings, and on a yearly basis we have to determine, identify the universities which are in the red zone, so to say. And for the results of these monitorings, we can check them and leave alone other universities, regardless of whether the inspection was done there quite a while ago. We do not have to judge by some technical points, for instance, the fire requirements or COVID situation in the university. We have to look at whether these drawbacks or these deficiencies deteriorate the quality of education or not. Whether actually these factors may be detrimental to the quality of knowledge. We have certain ideas which are quite easy to be implemented, to come true, and it will not increase the burden placed on the shoulders of the faculty. It is not very effort intensive and has been discussed for quite a while by everyone. Still, we believe that we have to, and this is my personal opinion,
Мое тоже личное мнение, надо
we
проверять
have to check and inspect the universities,
знания остаточных зданий, так
checking
скажем.
the
Прямой контроль зданий.
knowledge, directly check and control the
Здесь есть
knowledge of the students.
Я бы не хотел
Is it similar to the uniform state exam? No, I will not make such an association because the uniform state exam has a lot of very negative consequences and associations, but actually we have a limited scope of the bank of, or data bank of the terms of reference. And within just one specialty, there are lots of branches of knowledge, and we have to verify them all. It means that the universities themselves and the heads of the chairs have to be involved in that process. If we come to a consensus decision and at the moment there are no objections, we believe that the universities themselves have to build these data banks of evaluations, and we can engage the experts from other leading universities and evaluate these data banks and check the knowledge of the students, whether they comply with the basic level, which is necessary for the specialists in this or that area. I think that we will equalize the situation very easily, and we will put an end to the universities which were cheating, and it would decrease the paperwork. It would put an end to the technical documents which we have to check, but which do not influence the quality of the knowledge.
I
think that these questions would no longer be burning. The departments, the dean's offices and the faculty of the academia will have to work at a totally different level. They will see that their work would be evaluated through the prism of the students. This vision was shared just before the new year.
Там очень много. Я здесь достаточно просто рассказал.
I actually put that in very simple terms, and there are a lot of stumbling blocks and loopholes. But in essence, the working group was very much inspired by this idea, and in the upcoming 6 months we're going to deliberate on all these approaches and issues at different platforms with different experts. Yes, really, actually, this question has been discussed for many years, and there are different viewpoints. There is a viewpoint that you just have to have a kind of a uniform state exam prior to the graduation of BA students, where during the inspection you have to do some selective check of the universities, or actually you have to check the universities not when the certificates are granted, but before that. Probably we have to look for some option there which would help to check the knowledge and the assignments and evaluation bank probably is mandatory for that idea, but hence we have a question. We have about 1,000
Это не то же самое, что сделать десяток
universities and or 1,000 state exams, and this is not just about dozen of uniform state exams for students, for school students. Probably we have to aggregate some specialties. There are economics BA students and some other specialties in economics. I'm just applying that to myself. Or, for instance, the same is true for law. Why do we have to break down that into smaller groupings?
С общекультурной оценкой. Туда входит 6 блоков.
There are 6 blocks.
И как раз-таки эти оценочные материалы мы
within our approach, and we did some pilot projects tested in different universities of different areas or different fields. Classical universities and technical universities, according to the stakeholders and the academia spokesmen themselves. So that would be enough in order to make an assessment. Let me draw an example. I will not actually tell you the name of the university, but this is one of the best one. And when we checked the parent university, not the subsidiary, it turned out that
этой оценки был практически на уровне 95-100%.
level of knowledge was actually about 99-100%. But if you take the subsidiary for the same university but in a different city, and we see that actually the only 60 to 70% of students passed an exam, and that was very notable for that university. It was very crucial. They actually thanked us for this valuation. And there are lots of questions which can be raised, whether we are going to use the documents and the materials provided by the university, or the experts in that field are to build the materials on their own. And we are fed up with the criticism which rushed on the uniform state exam, school exam, and very often
она идет из уст, там, скажем,
criticism
не экспертов в этой области, а переживающих родителей, ряда политиков, которые, к сожалению, на этом тоже работают.
Mostly from the students themselves, from their parents, and they're not looking at the milestones, at some reference materials. And we do not want to replicate that mistake once again, because we are limited in our
сейчас существует в этом направлении, перетягивать еще сюда, но мы здесь, мы не такие смелые.
We are not as brave as I said in order to become an easy target for criticism once again. I don't think that the leading universities have to become the flagships, the captains of that project, and
они участвуют в дискуссиях.
I think that lots of universities are engaged in the discussion, and they suggest lots of approaches which we may assume. Well, there is a lot of criticism of the uniform state exam, but actually the tool is very good. For many years, the uniform state exam is mandatory, and this is a very good predictor as to how the students are going to study. And for instance, if people get 90 points in physics, then they actually can enter the leading technical university, and if they have less points, then probably they will not perform very well there. And for instance, there is not even such a division into technical and humanitarian sciences at schools and in universities. And usually strong students are strong in everything, and we can actually check the knowledge everywhere. And probably you don't have to embark on these uniform state exams, but rather you have to bet on the knowledge that every physicist has to know this and this, any mathematician has to know this and this, and I'm speaking about knowledge, not about competences, because you cannot check competences. Whether a person can predict economy, how you know that, but you can check what models a person uses in order to predict some economic parameters. The quality control of the education when we count the competences which are enshrined in the syllabus and in the working programs of the disciplines. I do think that this is just about nothing, this is a very technical approach, but once
было предметное ядро, то, что называют специалисты, это, пожалуй, помогло бы материалы сформировать, ну, то есть экзаменационные вопросы какие-то. Много лет назад.
I do think that we made a mistake when, during the uniform state exam, we bet on the subject. We didn't bet on the subject. I do think that we have to bet on the subject. This is my opinion. And many of my colleagues share this opinion, although this is a very arbitrary point of view, and sometimes it is criticized by a number of specialists. This is something which we have to discuss and we have to move forward.
Мы не можем проверить все-таки тому, чего ВУЗ научил. Даже если просто проверять даже не знания, а проверять, скажем, там рабочие программы дисциплины, что может служить индикатором чего-то, то здесь проверять-то надо вот все-таки наполнение данной дисциплины, а не то, чему он должен научиться.
Check the disciplines, the subjects, not what the students have mastered. And for instance, a person cannot do anything on his own, but he is a talented teacher, meaning that he may explain others what to do and how to do that. Another approach is that actually a person is not fluent in foreign languages and he cannot speak a foreign language, but he can read very easily and he can teach foreign languages, instruct. The person can pull himself together and to do something wonderful. Well, let me draw an example. For quite a number of years, the Moscow Education Monitoring Department is participating in the following. So the students of Moscow universities are taking theoretical exams, and they also actually have to take some practical exams as well. There are about 40 IT companies and other manufacturers which offer some practical assignments, and this experiment goes for 4 years already, and there are about 6,000 participants in that contest. Any graduate of any university having a certificate of graduation may apply for the contest and will have to take a theoretical exam on the average. About 60% of the applicants, of the contenders, pass the theoretical exam. This is back to your question about the competences. Actually, 90% would fail the practical exam, and only 10% would pass the technical exam. So that means that the competences which are required, and I'm speaking about the Moscow universities, we are lagging behind in terms of the practical skills. And when I think that the pilot project started with 370 volunteers, now we have more than 6,000 applicants. And it is interesting to know that those who took both exams successfully, passed both exams successfully, would be offered some job opportunities by the companies. Well, that's great, and probably the sampling among the volunteers is much better than the overall sampling. We are approaching the end of our conversation. It was very interesting to discuss with you that a lot awaits us, and there are even more things which we have to discuss. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank everyone who listened to us. Thank you so much, and so again, thank you for your kind invitation.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш «Газпромбанк».
звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
На наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливым.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Hello, dear colleagues, dear participants in the Gaidar Forum, friends. This session deals with green energy. And before everything else, I want to introduce our speakers and our panelists. Pavel Snickers, Deputy Minister of Energy of the Russian Federation, and who deals with energy, electricity, Vyacheslav Solomin, EN Plus Group, a company that is both a generating and consumption company, and Alexander Ishkov, Deputy Head of Directorate at Gazprom, dealing with environmental issues and introducing new technology. I'm Vsevolod Gavrilov from Sberbank of Russia. Let us begin our talk. I would like to steal an introductory remarks from you. Well, there's sustainability objectives and something that deals with climate and goal number 13 and the need to provide clean and affordable energy for all.
Есть ли конфликт?
Do you believe there is a conflict here? And what can you tell at all about the current status of the dialogue between generating companies and consumers as regards the green energy? Thank you. I think you already have an answer in mind. And I believe that you are aware of the major rule of the energy market and as to how well this industry is balanced and how investment decisions into the energy sectors are implemented, particularly when it comes to renewable energy. Well, of course, this is an ongoing dialogue. And we, at the Ministry of Energy, keep an eye on these diverse opinions. Well, different opinions are there. What are the outcomes? First, well, this support program is drawing to its end, and we have some good results as regards the creation of generating capacity, and I believe our partners here will supplement my remarks by their own perspective. And also, like wind energy and solar energy, we have worked on those facilities and we already have a position on that as the generating capacities, what we need to do to go onto the export market, and we believe that we need to provide some support measures for alternative energy sources, and we also have a good understanding of demand for our products since it sells well abroad. We also need to revisit our approaches to domestic support in the Russian Federation, and when it comes to the secure yields, and secure margins, we also need to look at how much we need to generate from renewable sources of energy. When it comes to unified energy rate systems, when we bring together power generated from solar energy, wind, and water, and everything else. So this is an ongoing dialogue. This is a national objective, a national task at hand, and since we are in charge of developing national policies, we are discussing them broadly using various venues, the market associations and the market council, and with consumers, energy consumers, that is. So I believe that we are trying to fine-tune the balance of this market and to grow for a stable balance. I believe that at stage 2, we will launch the second stage of the support program, the government, that is. Thank you. Thank you.
Vyacheslav, you are both a generating company and a consumer. And, well, this is something that you state was your goals and objectives. How have you identified this balance? Good question. A balance has been in place for a long time. Starting with the times when no one thought about the green energy or not. Everybody was thought about reducing production costs, generating costs. As new challenges are coming into place and new requirements on the part of consumers are in place for Rusal and others, other companies are generating a lot of their products. So we have new opportunities of revisiting our self-identification, and we believe that we want the London Metal Exchange set up their own special section for low-carbon aluminum. When it comes to power generation, apart from hydropower plants, which are the most efficient in terms of their production costs, we need to think about other incentives, market incentives for alternate power generation. Well, last year we became the first company that joined the system of energy certificates, and the Market Council is drafting new energy certificates that would be used as securities on the market. I believe that this is driven by very solid logic. We are receiving state support and subsidies for the new energy from renewable sources. I further believe that the state and our consumers have limited resources to provide further support. So we probably need to draw on external funding. And people who would buy certificates are, in most cases, foreign companies. Since CO2 is not a local contaminant pollutant, we believe that it may not make sense to draw some huge transborder lines from Siberia to Japan. Instead, we could provide extra funding to extra generating capacities to supersede dirty generating capacity, so that this is funded by those countries who are interested in clean energy. Like, here's an ongoing project in Peru. It is underway. It is funded by Korea and Japan. So I believe that the end user should be the driver of change of your transition to clean energy. Is this correct? Well, they're not ordering customers as it comes. So we are working closely together with our consumers, like automotive companies. So our end users are people. And I believe that people are getting increasingly conscious regarding environmental matters, and this is something that goes from the from people to automotive producers, from aluminum producers to the state. Okay, so you believe that there is a clear-cut social demand for clean energy. I would like to define this properly. Let's talk about the low-carbon or carbon-free energy production. So we have a very good green balance, or like carbon-free balance. So if we make use of the methodologies used by our international colleagues, like the grams of CO2 per kilowatt of energy produced, from day one, when this capacity was installed, all the way to its decommissioning, then I believe that generation by the large generating plants, power plants, and emission and consumption of CO2 by large water reservoirs, considering our climatic zones, and since we are talking about old water reservoirs, and they're consuming more rather than they're emitting, and nuclear power plants are there too. So I believe that our carbon-free energy balance is 38% overall of the installed capacity. So I believe that we have a lot of competitive advantages here. And it is very good that we have drafted a new bill on carbon certificates. So there is still some different understanding when it comes to solar generators or major nuclear power plants and hydropower stations. And people are wary about whether they're going to introduce some more requirements, and we've got to shell out more than we used to. And we believe that we need to provide a lot of supply on the market so that we could bring the rates down, energy rates down. And we are driven by the goal of carbon-free energy, and there is a lot of demand from the end users. If this is so, we need to adapt accordingly, and we need to nudge our international colleagues and our partners to understanding this, to realizing this goal. Thank you. I see. Okay, let's look into the window. There is 15 below, 20 below, could be 30 below next night, tomorrow night. So, do you believe that this renewable energy could assure sufficient warming of the housing and of the buildings of the city so that we do not freeze to death here? Well, there is some fuel. There's some furnace fuel, something that heats water. And this is why it is warm in here. So, what is the role of traditional energy sources? Natural gas, amongst everything else, above everything else, which is both technology, advanced in technology-wise and energy efficient. Well, this question resembles me a question to a kid in school. Who's the boss in the family, dad or mom? When I want to eat, it's the mom. When I want to go to have a walk or a new bicycle, it's the dad. So, it's hard to say that tomorrow we're going to decommission all power units that operate off traditional energy sources or combined energy sources. So we have some power plants and power units, and this is a very diverse and multifaceted organization. It depends on the climatic zone so much. I further believe that the Russian Federation and the world as a whole will be tied up by traditional energy sources for a long time. This is normal. This is something you need to live with. So we're talking about our vision and our strategy on the one hand, and on our current limitations on the other hand. Yes, you need to heat water to warm up the buildings and the housing. And you further need to properly regulate current frequencies. And you need to do a lot of other things to keep going. I really like what the person next to me said. As a generating company on the one hand, when people start thinking about what they would like to see at the other end, and I believe that this may bring about a very good and well-balanced solution to our outstanding challenges. This is something may result in increased power consumption, but I believe that the power grid in the Russian Federation can offer a lot of generating capacity should need be. So, and you come from Gazprom, and you are a champion and the leader in natural gas market, and you have some ideas of transforming of the usages of natural gas to less carbon-intensive forms. So, would like to hear from your perspective. I would like to comment on your first phrase, that there are some 14 SDGs and the climate sustainability is goal number 13. However, there are some other development goals, which is poverty, health, migration, and others. So when we're talking about energy issues and climate change, we need to realize that this is more. This is about more than just the climate. We're talking about political, economic, and other implications of sustainable development goals. Come from countries that do not have vast reserves of carbon fuels, carbon energy sources. So, when we talk about this carbon-free energy, we need to realize whether there is a conflict between this development goal and other goals. I recently read an article saying that over the past few years, over $1 trillion were invested in new renewable energy technology projects. Only 5% of that amount were spent on adaptation. And 95% were earmarked for various grants and subsidies. And what money are we talking about? 85%, 80 to 85% of those come from the public coffers. These are taxpayers' money that were taken away from healthcare budgets and education budgets and many others. They were taken out of the poverty control budgets. And whether this contributes to achieving sustainable development goals or not is an open issue.
Наверное, сейчас вот примеры понятны. Оказалось, что все страны не очень-то готовы к
It appears that countries of the world are not so much prepared for the COVID pandemic. Same goes about poverty and migration and famine and others. And whether taxpayers in other countries are ready or not to invest their limited funds to energy development is a question beyond our agenda. Now, as for Gazprom, more than 10 years ago, we demonstrated to our international colleagues that the Russian power energy industry is the lowest carbon energy of all, even lower than in Germany or in Japan. Not many people are saying about that, but Gazprom is the lowest carbon emitting company of all the international peers when it comes to gas flaming and gas burning at all. Also, Europe is using up a lot of Russian gas, as you may be aware. And we are talking about the CO2 footprint in Germany or another European Union. But they're achieving the lower carbon footprint by superseding coal consumption by natural gas, and gas is coming from Russia. So you mentioned low temperatures. So yesterday, The price of gas in Asian countries is $750 and used to be less than 350. 354 in Europe yesterday. Coal prices have fluctuated accordingly.
Прямо скажем, давление на традиционные.
And I believe that the pressure on traditional energy production, energy consumption is like this. Otherwise, natural gas would be the cheapest source of energy. So looking at the name of this panel discussion, the green energy forever, not at all. Not at all. And like my colleague said, well, there needs to be a proper balance between various energy sources, and this should hinge on opportunities for the economy, every economy in the world.
В глобальном смысле это не о климате.
So globally, this is not about climate changes. Well, let me give you an example. The carbon footprint has been mentioned a few times already. Well, milk supplies in the world are fraught with twice bigger carbon footprint than natural gas supplies.
Поэтому вот здесь...
Well, this is statistics. As for other generalities,
Первая цель устойчивого развития, вторая, третья, четвертая, пятая и 13.
SDG, second SDG, and 13th SDG should not run counter to each other. Otherwise, by investing funds in achieving one goal, we will be undermining other goals like famine, like poverty, like migration, etc. We need to use our funds in a well-balanced manner, in a rational way. We should also be dealing with pollution of the world ocean, plastics, deforestation, and many other outstanding problems we're dealing with. And, well, the investment into those areas has been depleting very rapidly. Thank you.
Look, you've underscored the idea that Pavel mentioned, so that actually a dynamic, self-adaptive energy system should include this capability of fast readjustment. So it's become cold, so we've taken some gas. So indeed, you're right, the dramatic rise of gas price in the hubs you mentioned in Europe and Southeast Asia is really explained by those seasonal factors. Pavel, how do you think? What's the potential of electrical power energy to create this dynamic adaptation? Is it part of some centralized policy, or is it up to the self-regulation at the regional systems level? Well, you know, I think it should be done as part of a unified policy, not even applying to electrical power energy industry. It's about an evolution that's happening in strategic leadership. Some companies go away from developing a strategy because they become obsolete by the time they have to be applied. So companies try to set mid-term goals and try moving towards them. So in terms of electrical energy sector, well, we may not be the most efficient, but we have certain difficulties and challenges within the industry. Yes, the potential, we do have the potential, both in terms of improving the share of recoverable sources or substitution of obsolete capacity, optimization of reserve capacity, because the consumers are right. They're voting with their feet, and you have to understand that they'll keep doing that. You need to try and adapt to their demand. So maybe reverting to smaller size sources the difficulty about the government policy is that based on this list of 13 SDGs, try to take away the internal conflicts among those goals and pick those that allow achieving the utmost effectiveness and efficiency. So I think the government and large consumers such as Sberbank and Gazprom will be able to find this balance. Of course, there are strategic guidelines that we look to, but as you've mentioned correctly, that the pandemic and the dynamically changing world have adjusted those guidelines, and there's no doubt that we'll need to revise our plans, both in terms of investment and regulation, to look for additional efficiencies. Thank you very much. Actually, as consumers, we see, and I'm not going to hide that, we see that the Ministry of Energy is responding quite quickly. And I'm not saying up to you. So we think, and it's good that you're doing that. But now I'd like to switch to the technology aspects. Recently, hydrogen has become some new symbol of energy, especially in the markets of Western Europe, in Southeast Asia. And I would like to ask Alexander, who's in charge of hydrogen technologies at Gazprom. Alexander, what is that all about? Why all this interest to hydrogen? Is this some wake of the failure of energy accumulators? How would you comment this effect? Well, there are several aspects. There may be a paradox in what I say, but the advent of this trend and everything to do with it, on the one hand shows, even though nobody ever says that, shows the impossibility or maybe failure of the direction that we were pinning so much hopes on. I mean, wind and solar energy. So if you do the right maths, you'll see that it will never be able to replace the traditional carbon-based energy for all sorts of reasons, both in terms of space and infrastructure and the amount of rare earth metals required for that, environmental implications. We're not saying that, ecologists are not even mentioning that millions of birds are dying because of these machines. So, 10 years ago, we were saying that this was what the future was about. And so now there's a lot of disillusionment about that. That's the reason why hydrogen has come up to the fore as a natural replacement for the carbon-based energy. And of course, hydrogen is a very efficient energy source. Even if we compare 1 kilo of hydrogen and 1 kilo of methane, then the energy capacity of hydrogen is almost 3 times as high. Not in volume, but in kilos. And then, of course, it's more available in every aspect. And if we go back into history, the methane and hydrogen mixes were used in Germany when they were produced from coal, so-called lighting gas. That was used to provide lighting in European cities. So basically we're coming back to the old idea, and the prospects, especially in public transit, are quite good. What are your ambitions at Gazprom? We've been doing this for about 10 years now. I'd like to stay modest, but some 15 years ago, we proposed to our European colleagues for certain applications where there was excessive power produced. So we were proposing to use that power to generate hydrogen. So some time has elapsed, and now it's become a mainstream trend because nobody has come up with a better way to preserve power. Of course, batteries don't really look well in that capacity. So research shows that the cheapest way to conserve power is to get hydrogen from natural gas. There are lots of aspects to it, but on the whole, it's quite obvious. If you get hydrogen without carbon trace, it's the cheapest technology. 76% of hydrogen worldwide is produced from methane. That's used in fertilizers. So you position yourself as the future champion of the hydrogen market. Well, if this market is going to happen, and how do you think, is it going to happen? Well, unfortunately, it's not yet clear. It's a big question. Why? Because those who learn chemistry at school understand that hydrogen is a secondary source. It doesn't matter which you produce it from water, from coal. It's a secondary source. You have to spend a certain amount of energy to get another source of energy. Any secondary source is always going to be more expensive than a primary source. Let me give an example. It's Ouroboros when a snake eats its own tail. So you produce energy in wind stations, then you spend it in not the most efficient way to generate hydrogen, and then you burn hydrogen in a turbine to get the energy. So there's no way for this to be cheaper, even more sustainable. Well, nevertheless, Vyacheslav, I know that you're also looking at the hydrogen theme. What's your interest there? Yes, we've been analyzing hydrogen for a long time. We started with the premise that we have quite a lot of energy, so can we do electrolysis? So far, as my colleague rightly said, we haven't found the opportunities and the locations where we are. But this said, I believe that this market will certainly happen. For exactly the same reason that my colleagues mentioned. So the efficient way to store energy, and also I think there's a demand now for carbon-free aluminium. And I think there will be a moment in time when low carbon steel will come into demand. I understand this technology is not yet widespread, but nevertheless, some demand will happen. For ourselves, what we've found is that so far, we have been looking at the solutions to infrastructure-related challenges. So for the hydrogen energy industry to develop, we need the entire infrastructure in the downstream to be built. And we understand that one of the alloys that we produce has quite a good resilience to the hydrogen brittling. So the potential is better than that of steel. And so for ourselves, we believe that it has become possible to create the liquid hydrogen transportation infrastructure or highly pressurized hydrogen and also local distribution systems. This is one thing. Another thing, well, perhaps it's not going to be our responsibility, but maybe we'll take part. So if you look at where the hydrogen will go, I think it's not only going to be produced from methane, but also offshore wind and in North Africa, in solar panels. So you are hinting at the 15 gigawatts of installed capacity that you have. Well, regarding the 15 gigawatts, you can't say they're idling. So we don't just burn off energy. Of course, all this energy is consumed somewhere. Now, at the current prices, and more than that, in the future hydrogen prices, to recoup the building of a new hydropower station through hydrogen, well, it does not sound realistic. You can do that for a solar power station, by the way, so maybe that adds a potential in certain regions. As to hydropower, no. The calculations don't prove that. Also, we looked at the market of electrolyzers. Again, the production capacity of hydrogen in electrolyzing, the capacity are located in China, and they are utilized 100%. So this is going to be the bottleneck that we'll get into as the hydrogen energy industry is going to develop. Partly in the service and infrastructure segment, it's also possible that the margin is going to be higher than in hydrogen itself. Just like oil services are now more lucrative than oil production itself. Yes, that's true. But still, I'd like to come back to the ideas that you mentioned a few minutes ago. So far, recoverable energy industry is associated with government support one way or the other. How do you think, how close we are to the point where this traditional recoverable energy industry is going to become competitive to the market, not requiring any active involvement by the government? Is it a close goal, or is it something that we don't understand yet? Well, thank you for the question. I think it's quite a close goal. And the reduction of the price that happened, that we found out as part of the analysis of the PNV tender, actually brought us to the understanding that the second program needs to be launched. We understand that the numbers there are much lower than the first ones, and that's why the question. We believe that in the very near future, the price is going to become much closer to the one typical of traditional energy. But again, back to the questions that you mentioned, climate, heat management, costs. So it's a question of domestic demand and the understanding of whether I want to pay more, understanding that this is this kind of energy. Even hydrogen, I'm sorry, they distinguish between green and gray ones. So, and again, you're getting to this thought, hey guys, what's that? Is it our policy to create some competitive advantages? So, remembering our Soviet past, when the beer was only distributed to the members of trade unions, as the joke went, starts seeming this way. So this logic of creating this demand, what our European colleagues are doing, enhance information pressure on this, they generate this kind of response. So I think we just need to get a clear understanding about the potential, about the preparedness of our users. I think the prices are going to become much closer to commercial ones in the near future. My personal opinion is that the Ministry of Energy is also needs to generate an opinion like that. So my personal opinion is that the amount of such government support will just not be necessary in the near future. So you're giving us a message as financiers to keep a close eye on this market and take a look at how the capital is invested there, because the yields expected there are going to be quite lucrative. Yes, again, it's up to you as an investor to keep track of the market and the market opportunities. My personal opinion is that we need to be asking you, dear investors, where is the biggest potential? Because you've been looking about that. Do you already believe, have you already come to believe the potential? You know, if you come to us as the government, just like a kid would go to their daddy saying, "Dad, can I do that?" I don't think this is the right approach. If we're talking about globalization and working together in the common market, then we need to try and get our own understanding, each one of us. Yes, thank you very much. As part of the energy, of course, we have some experience building a solar power station in Russia. We have experience in solar energy abroad. So I can say that the requirements to the design of such power station in Russia are comparable to those applied to the cogeneration plants or nuclear power plants. So the costs that you need to carry satisfying all the requirements in Russia are much stricter than in other countries. You know, in Japan, they just put up panels on wooden poles and nothing happens. So we even ask the Chinese, can you build them cheaper? If they have to follow our standards, they couldn't offer us a better price. So it's also a question of regulations. We believe that it's a question of whether the traditional standards should apply to these types of energy. So did you do it a long time ago? Yes, quite a long time ago. And that's the reason why. When we were starting to run these projects, so we got complaints from investors regarding the regulations and design standards. That's why at the government level, a whole roadmap to remove barriers was set up, and it's already been implemented. Life has changed. Let me use certain associations. One of the favorite movies about the hobbits had this phrase at the very beginning, "The life has changed." And indeed, the life has changed. There were certain problems. Excessive requirements have been removed, and I think we moved even a bit further in terms of micro-generations, for instance, referring to the example that you've given about a solar panel on a wooden pole. I think all the required regulations will be adopted in the very near future. People will start doing that, and we'll start seeing the feedback in the way of how people use that by installing solar panels or wind stations. Well, that will be a revolution. Well, it took some emotion and effort on us, including some technical constraints, but I'm hoping that we've been able to find the right balance. So, colleagues, our session is drawing to a close. So let's do a very short blitz set of questions. Alexander, I would like to say that hydrogen is considered to have 4 categories in Europe. In addition to green and gray, there are blue and orange, which just... So our goal is to understand is just to be based on the amount of carbon used to produce a kilo of hydrogen. Vyacheslav, your basic idea. The basic idea is that the agenda that is arriving needs to be seen as opportunities for energy company, production companies. You're right, the life is changing, and our adaptation capability is the key. Pavel, I fully agree. In terms of myself, as being a Ministry of Energy official, we need to rethink perhaps a number of approaches to regulation so that these capabilities should take off, should be implemented faster than they could in the past. The second point is that you need to hear, you need to listen, be able to hear. So the energy is an underpinning industry. We clearly understand the basic principles of its operation. So I'm hoping that the change in the regulation will help implement all the changes that are available in the world, in this country, and get the effect. Thank you, colleagues. We are wrapping up our session. And as I think it turned out to be quite productive and exciting. Indeed, the Russian energy balance is a really low energy, low carbon, and the dynamic changes that are happening both at the producer and the consumer side are offering opportunities for further transformation, taking account of the different interests of all the parties involved, of us as citizens of the country, the right to education, to healthcare, to clean energy and climate control. Thank you all very much. Thanks all our speakers, and take care.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш «Газпромбанк».
В звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
На наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволит миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливым.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
английский канал 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Все нормально? Все проверили.
Добрый день, уважаемые друзья.
Hello.
Рад вас приветствовать
Dear
на
friends,
Гайдарском форуме.
welcome to the Gaidar Forum.
Ну и
Traditionally, this forum opens the business year, and we are dealing with the most topical, most urgent, most relevant issue. This is a very difficult time, and thank you for making it to the Gaidar Forum at this most difficult time. We have a very difficult topic at hand now. So how can we defend the intellectual property rights for pharmaceuticals, for medicines? So let me introduce my guest, Mr. Fisenka, the Minister of Health, and Grigory Ivlev, Chief of Intellectual Property in Russia, known as Rospatent. We also have online speakers, like Shannon Klinger, who is a Vice President for Legal and Corporate, and a member of Executive Committee at Novartis. Welcome, Shannon.
Thank you.
Коллеги, вступительная часть о формате дискуссии.
Introductory remarks. I will first give the floor to every speaker on our panel. After that, we'll open up the floor for discussion, and we'll have two very challenging issues on our agenda, and we'll also have an opinion poll. And here's a question for the poll. What is the main obstacle for development of innovation in pharma industry in the Russian Federation? So please vote, and then we'll discuss your responses by the end of it. So we have difficult issues at hand, and this is a very challenging, a very controversial issue, particularly at a time of the pandemic. And so this is what we want to talk about. So let's talk about the situation in Russia, and I'll give the floor over to you. Then we'll talk about the situation in the world, and we'll give the floor over to Shannon. Challenges and obstacles. Because a crisis is always both time of impediments and a time of opportunities. And we'll also be talking about a very hot topic about production permits and authorization. Let's start with a broad picture. The broad picture in the Russian Federation. Grigory, please tell us about this. So what's the status, what's the situation about safeguarding intellectual property rights in Russia? What are the impediments and what are the opportunities? Oh, dear friends, traditionally, we are discussing the pharma industry, the Gaidar issue, for several years in a row over the past year. This year, the discussion format is somewhat special. And of course, we need to safeguard intellectual property rights for pharmaceuticals. This is something that concerns everybody, and the major international pharma companies in the world, and even nations and countries are investing huge funds into the development of new medicines. And after they're developed, developers receive preferential treatment from governments across the world to produce and market new technologies and new medicines. And this is a huge impetus incentivizing developers to invest in the development of new drugs, to safeguard our health, public health. So this issue is acquiring a huge international dimension. So please take a look at the applications in pharmaceuticals. They are filed by major countries of the world: China, United States, South Korea, Russia, Canada. They are all well represented. And for many years, we see that the number of applications for pharma products has been getting smaller all the way until the year 2020. This chart, this bar chart, demonstrates statistics up to the year 2019. The situation in 2020 is different. We have 1,575 applications in Russia, which is more than the previous years. In Q1, well, the number of applications grew by 23%. And was it not for the pandemic, this upward trend would be even more pronounced. However, well, there have been so much research in medicine, and it is essential that these developing efforts are carried out across the world, and we expedited our data exchange between patent agencies in the world, both in WIPO and BRICS, and we have a very good understanding of what efforts are made to curb and control the pandemic in the world. All countries of the world have introduced expedited consideration procedures and verification procedures. We all want to have good new products on the market as soon as possible. And I'm proud to say that the Russian vaccine was the first to be brought to the market. And the Gamaleya Institute developed that vaccine in a very short period of time, and we managed to have it registered earlier than others. And we believe that we are offering a very efficient, effective product. It's so good that there are so many applications. Well, here are the data as of late December. We have received 50 more applications as of today. And we can see that these applications are very meaningful. The first vaccine, we have patented 7 vaccines already, because the Novosibirsk Institute, named Vector, also received a patent for their own vaccine, the one that they developed.
У нас около 20 заявок на лекарственные препараты.
We have about 20 applications for medicines that is for treatment. And it is so good that they were developed in cooperation with other countries. Other countries were involved in our development efforts, and they actually prompted our developers about the borderline issues and the adjacent intellectual rights for therapy and for tests. All patents are new, they're all novel, they're all original, they're all protected by our patents, and we have filed them for international registration. For COVID products, we are making use of developments from other industries. And let me say that we are making use of the IT information technologies, and we're making use of supercomputers to properly design and develop new products, new medications. And this is particularly important when people have to work remotely, and when remote work and work from home became the order of the day. When they designed a COVID computer, and after surveying 100,000 patients, we compared all the symptoms and their evolution. Well, this computer study gave us a good understanding of the course of the disease, of that condition. Tomography is not a universal tool, not a universal remedy tool. However, the very fact that by looking at the symptoms and oxygen saturation, our doctors can actually diagnose a condition and predict the course it will be going to is important. We are using ultraviolet to control the pandemic. We believe that this is something which is very helpful to control the spread of the virus, suspended in the air or in ventilation systems. It is very symbolic. Yesterday, sitting in this studio, we were discussing our morbidity rates, and Mrs. Pugacheva was sitting here and was talked about how we can control the pandemic, what are the available tools. However, so what's the most acute area? What is the most challenging issue you are facing today? What's outstanding?
Основные вопросы, они проявляются у нас в судебной практике, когда...
Well, it is the court proceedings when there is some sign of infringement of property rights, intellectual property, that is. Well, there are some patent holders and the interests of society, and there may be conflict between the two, and we need some proper tools to keep that balance. However, we need to set up a farmer register so that all parties concerned, all stakeholders know exactly what is protected and what is not. This is something we definitely need to hammer out, because we do not need to preclude the design and the production of generic medications and patented drugs.
Вопрос ограничений, возможных ограничений.
The very business of restricting rights is something which is very well known in the legal profession, but enforcement issues are more complicated than that. So we need to properly structure various licenses and types of licenses so that we could make use of a medicinal drug to treat the coronavirus without prior consent of, say, of the patent holder. However, these limitations should be used in a very delicate way, in a very fine way. We do not want to infringe on overall rights of patent holders, but we also need to have a sway, to have some latitude in making use of the drug to protect public health and protect people. Well, of course there are some evergreen patents, and we have some solutions at hand, something we can offer so that they be endorsed by the market. Also, understand that if there is a new substance, a new medication that has alternative uses, this is also important. We need to have the full picture of the pharmaceutical development. We need to properly enforce restrictions and the rights of patent holders. We need to realize that in a time of pandemic, all medicinal drugs should be available and accessible to people, and all countries should be able to make use of those drugs without prior consent of the patent holder, with the payment of the proper reimbursement or compensation for those patent holders. We are honoring their interests. This doesn't mean that if we say that we do not need a prior consent, that we can do whatever. We do not have a free hand. We want to offer a well-balanced approach and offer them adequate and fair reimbursement, compensation, so that their products could be marketed in Russia in sufficient quantities. There are so many rules and regulations. We need to implement them. We need to properly structure them. This is not just blatant regulation. We need to properly enforce them. And this is something the government is busy doing. Thank you. I believe we would like to get back to this issue a little later. It appears that digitalization is a powerful tool, a powerful instrument which helps us. Regulations, of course regulations are important, but as you said, well, there's common sense. There are regulations on the one hand and common sense, and there is a power of reason on the other. Let's talk about the global outlook and global approach, and with that I'd like to give the floor to Shannon.
question goes to you. The intellectual rights protection system should be cross-border, no doubt. Speaking about the register launch in Russian Federation, of course, we keep in mind that the following step should be within the Eurasian Economic Union. You present a global company that operates in the most of the world's markets, including the territories of the unions, I mean European Union, of course. Please share with us your thoughts on the situation with the protection of intellectual property rights globally, and what measures should be taken to improve the situation these days.
So first of all, thank you very much for the honor of joining this session today. For Novartis, Russia is an incredibly strategic country, and it's been very important for us to be one of the industrial leaders in having these important policy dialogues with the government. The intellectual property topic for us is a great illustration of how we can work together to bring global perspectives to ensure that we have the appropriate protection for innovation. And of course, for us, it was important as we joined the Foreign Investment Advisory Council in Russia to continue to bring these dialogues forward. If I take a step back, Novartis's global position on intellectual property is fairly straightforward. First of all, we believe that intellectual property rights are fundamental to enabling biopharmaceutical innovation. And we believe the intellectual property system plays an important role in facilitating access to existing medicines by enabling the investments needed to secure approvals and conduct activities that lead to successful launches and use of medicines in countries all around the world, including Russia. For us, we believe the intellectual property system is essential to our mission of improving and extending people's lives. When we look specifically at Russia, and as you mentioned, the Eurasian Economic Union, we want to advocate for fair and transparent regulations and the expedient enforcement of IP rights. And I heard my colleague reference some of this as well. We believe that generic medicines should be registered that are registered in a period when a patent is effective should be put into public circulation only with the consent of the patent holder or upon expiry of the relevant patents. We firmly believe that information on existing patents and the dates of putting pharmaceuticals into public circulation should be published in a state register of pharmaceuticals for medical use and should be very transparent. We believe state registration of EDL prices for generics within the period of an effective originator's patent should be allowed in a period not longer than necessary to ensure appropriate market entry on day one after patent expiry, or earlier if needed with the consent of the patent holder. And we urge court practice on preliminary injunction measures, which exist so effectively already in trademark and domain name cases in Russia, to also be used for patent infringement, and to consider, for example, including corresponding guidance into the Supreme Court ruling on IP enforcement to harmonize the approach of all of the lower instant courts on patent infringement. I want to make a comment on regulatory data protection, because we've focused so far on intellectual property and intellectual property rights. But we also see, as we go to the full transition of the Eurasian Economic Union registration procedure in 2021, it's critical that regulatory data protection, or RDP, are agreed by all member states. They're formally defined in the EA-EU regulations for drugs, and that they're uniformly applied to, again, protect the investment in innovation and the true novel treatments that are being brought by so many pharmaceuticals to patients around the world. When we think about the harmonization of how does the EU position come into the relevance for the EA-EU, for me, the role of the Eurasian Economic Union in defining IP and RDP protection is constantly increasing. We would urge to consider developing a broader, strategic, long-term vision for intellectual property on the EA-EU level in order to fully leverage the innovation potential within Russia and outside of Russia, and ultimately to bring value to patients and economies. We think there are learnings that can be brought from the EU into the EA-EU also by thinking about importance of regulatory.
Также необходимо думать о важности регуляторной конвергенции. Спасибо.
I'm sorry. And finally, when we think about the Council of EU conclusions, which is the governments of the EU 27 states, I just bring the vision of the EU to this discussion because it sounds consistent with the vision for Russia and the EAEU. One, continuing to stress the importance of a strong, efficient, transparent, and balanced system of intellectual property, underlining that IP has become even more important, as we just heard, in the context of COVID-19. And we believe it's a key tool to rebuild not just the EU economy, but the global economy as well. And that finally, if we continue to emphasize appropriate IP rights and translate research and innovation directly into positive economic benefit, we think this can have a major role in the reconstruction processes that will be needed as we move beyond COVID and ensuring a healthy, sustainable society. With that, I thank you for the opportunity to make these opening comments and turn it back to you.
Dear Shannon, thanks for your opinion, for sharing that. So, and I'm hoping you will stay with us because we will have more questions within the following discussion. Виктор Сергеевич,
Victor, our forum is called Russia and the World. So we've just heard things are in the Russian Federation. You've also heard the position of a global expert. And I see there are lots of similarities there. So indeed, digitization, creating registries is the right way to go to create a solid foundation to protect the IP, and also, as has been rightly said, so that our patients should have the required medication. So how does it look from the regulator point of view? Can you please comment? Again, the Ministry of Health position. According to you, what's already working quite well with us? What is there in the world that we could borrow? And where do you see priorities in terms of improving the situation with the protection of IP in pharma and in healthcare? Thank you very much. Indeed, it's both easy and difficult to speak after two such clear and substantial interventions, both from Russia and internationally. And you're absolutely right. There have been a lot of similarities that we've heard. I would like to note the following. Today, in the Russian legislation, we already have quite a lot of regulation. That's the federal law on the circulation of medical substances. It's about the rules of using information during the clinical tests. We have a ministerial decree referring to restrictions in case of the existing patents, right, where the supplier will guarantee that the product they're supplying is under no constraints or limitations. What else would I like to mention? I fully support the idea that the registry of pharmaceutical substances should be put together. It's an absolutely necessary tool, and it must be used during the registration procedure. I fully agree and welcome the term digitization. It's an absolutely right thing to do, but we have to understand that it should not be digitization in the form of transferring paper to digital formats. I understand digitization as a way to provide a much better structure to the information that we have, so that we could work with information in a much more effective way. As to fast access, yes, of course, the first stage is a patent, and it's already been discussed. Of course, it's already a great achievement of the Russian Federation that in 2020 the first coronavirus vaccine was issued and patented, but the next phase is for it to be registered. And here the role was played by the fast tracks that were introduced in the legislation. Firstly, they were issued as paper documents, as the law and regulations, and then they were implemented in practice. And that's why we were the first country in the world to first register these vaccines and also make them available for the public. And they have. It, by the way, covers not only the vaccines developed in Russia, but also imported vaccines, because we created an absolute level field for these vaccines to be registered and admitted for circulation in Russia. What else I would like to say in conclusion of my brief intervention? There's no doubt, both today and tomorrow, the topic of mandatory licensing has already been discussed. It's perhaps one of the hottest themes. Why do people discuss it? The reason is that it was indeed the first case, but it's by far not the first case in the worldwide pharmaceutical industry. And here I fully support our foreign colleague that there should be two components in making such a decision. So if we've decided to allow someone to use the active patent, it should be an absolutely legally valid decision. And the fact that on the 31st of December, Russia decided to use this procedure, it was absolutely legitimate. This right was included in the Russian legislation not today and not yesterday, and so there was a certain procedure proposed. And again, the pandemic is a situation that went far beyond the standard, and many countries have already done that. So we have passed this way together with our colleagues from the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service, and only after the negotiations and after we used the remedies that we could bring us from using this measure. So we had to go this way. And by the way, the company was already aware that this was going to be was going to happen, and they already understood that if Russia was not able to get the voluntary consent, so they had every remedy and measure in the legislation to do that, to save the lives of its citizens. Well, thank you for this. And actually, this is exactly what I would like to discuss, the mandatory licensing. Let me give you two cases. Timofey Nigorodtsev was planning to join us, but unfortunately couldn't. I'll cite his predecessor, deputy head of the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service. He said, had I been a libertarian and heard about the definition of licensing, I would go and have myself. This would this would seem as something going against the foundations of economics, but the government's role is to protect the rights of its citizens. And this is exactly what it's all about. The second quote is not exact. I just have it in my mind, the gist of it, from President Putin. He said, we Russians have this special demand for fairness, for transparency. So, Georgi, in addition to what Victor has just said, tell us, please, how transparent should this process be? Because indeed, while preparing for the discussion, we conceived it before the new year, before the 31st of December, when this decree came into force. But because a lot of things are happening transparently for you and not so transparently for everybody else, how open should this process be? Actually, the question goes to both of you, dear colleagues. How transparent it should be, and what should be available to everyone from the viewpoint that those who want, they learn on other people's experience. I mean, so that this experience could help companies to make conclusions and adjust their positions.
Все патентное хозяйство построено на принципе открытия.
The entire patent process is built on the principles of openness. So what is a patent? It's a fact that we're providing a privilege to someone to use something that nobody else in the world has done. So this is about openness of all invention for the entire humankind. And this principle of own openness is the definitive principle and it's the foundation of everything that's being done in science, research, and technology. People are striving to be the first ones to come up with something new. And in the pharmaceutical interests, it's about saving lives and improving people's lives. And when it comes to the right of producing something without the consent of the IP owner, it can only happen in those cases when there's a direct threat to the life and health of the people. And here we see that in the pandemic conditions, there are no complaints about that. Everybody understands why these steps are taken regarding the medical preparations and substances that can't get to the users. And by the way, coming back to the procedure, the first step is always a request to the IP owner. So the procedure couldn't run without this. And we see that in this particular case, all these conditions were met. Even the amount of remuneration was assessed. The whole procedure was based on transparency to determine the scope, how much you're going to pay to the IP owner, and then you'll understand if it's fair or not fair. And of course, there are judicial procedures that also allow an opportunity to get additional remedies. And all these amounts are based on assessing royalties and other remedies in normal practice. But I mean, in the situation, we don't know why foreign companies don't give their consent to produce this medication in Russia. Maybe they just don't have the capacity, whereas Russia has this capacity not only for its own population but also for other countries' population. Who other than Russia, Switzerland, Germany, and other countries with a well-developed pharmaceutical industry, who will supply those third countries with these medicines? The government has no interest in the profits that companies will derive from producing these medicines. What the government is interested is in the availability, accessibility, and the quality of the medication. The technical result has been studied by several patent offices around the world and confirmed. And if we do it under the mandatory licensing process, additional oversight is required. The problem of openness is not only about accessibility, but it's also about the oversight and control that the Ministry of Healthcare and other agencies provide. provide. I'm sure that as part of this interaction will provide complete protection of the rights of the IP owner. And it is absolutely nothing like a claim to get away, to just renounce the whole idea of IP. Even if we were to think about that, that would go completely against the interests of fighting the pandemic, especially as applied to providing the medication to other countries. Well, we've heard the statement of the World Health Organization. Yes, back to that. We need to fully work through the question of availability and accessibility of the medicines and the effectiveness of the constraints and limitations that are available in the current legislation. But we shouldn't give up on this tool. Who knows what other challenges the humankind will have to experience unless we stimulate incentivize the investment for the few or we'll never be able to prepare. The thing is that the pharmaceutical industry has been developing in Russia and the Soviet Union for many decades, and the Gamaleya Institute has been working for a long time. It has labs. There are 5 million of virus strains stored there in the repository. So the protection of inventors' rights is a very important thing. So every invention is an expression of the top intelligence, and it has to be protected. We are now sure that it's the intellectual property that is the best way to fight the COVID now, and it's also the foundation of the fact that we guarantee producers, Russian or international alike, that will protect their rights. Our procedure is accelerated now. Why accelerated? Because by having gone through an accelerated expert review and issuing a patent, we gained the right to publish it. This is now happening within 3 to 4 months. It has never been happening this quick worldwide. And we now see that this thing has been supported by the entire patent community. I've taken part in our discussions with all the patent offices around the world, and we now confirm that legal protection is done at a very high level.
At this point, Shannon, if you're hearing us, I would like you to jump in. So could you please add on some more thoughts on what could be the course or for the clarification of the process we're just discussing? So what could make it more clear to the manufacturer?
Thank you for the question. And I think we can all agree that this is a situation of paradox and polarity. And what do I mean by that? I don't think any manufacturer would disagree with the proposition that my colleague laid out, that in exceptional circumstances where public health is at stake, there is a role to be played by compulsory licenses. But even in a case where one sees a public health emergency, as we're living in now, we would argue that not only is the legal clarification critically important to innovators to make sure that there is trust in the system for the innovation that has happened and will be ongoing, but proper engagement to figure how do we use the manufacturers even better to be part of the solution. And that our view is that there is almost always an opportunity to work with the innovator to provide an outcome that may even be better than a compulsory license. We've seen in the course of this pandemic unprecedented cooperation and collaboration between and among the pharmaceutical industry and with respective governments. I've never been prouder to be part of this industry or prouder to be a leader at Novartis. And I think that that means for all of us continuing to lean in to the dialogue, the public-private dialogue that is critically important to ensure access for patients, to solve challenges like manufacturing and production together, and to try to do it in a way that respects the critical importance of intellectual property while balancing the needs of the state, ultimately to ensure that patients have access to the medicines they need when they need it.
Thank you. Коллеги, мы подходим к завершительной части. У меня
Colleagues, we are drawing to the close. I have the results of the voting. What is the main barrier to the innovation in Russia, in the Russian pharmaceutical industry? And now I'd like you both to run the conclusion. Number one was the imperfection of the regulatory basis. The second, unfair competition, 23%. The third, limited market, so you can't scale up, almost 20%. And difficulties in attracting investment. We thought it would be higher, but actually it was 16%. Victor, can you comment? And the overall conclusions. Yes, thank you.
Вполне, наверное, для меня ожидаемо и привычно.
I think the first reason, imperfection of the legislation, came as no surprise to me. But being aware of the problems that exist in other industries and countries, I would like to say that I've probably never heard an opinion in any country so that somebody would say that our healthcare and pharmaceutical legislation is perfect. No, it's too sensitive a topic, both for businesses and for rank-and-file citizens. Second point, legislation. Any regulatory framework is living organism. They can only strive to be perfect. So in this respect, we're absolutely open to the dialogue with both our producers, I mean domestic producers, and international players. We're prepared to change. And the year 2020, in terms of both the scope and number of changes in regulations, was a perfect proof of that, that we are prepared to change, and we can change, perhaps much faster than we had thought before. Thank you, Grigory. I think that the biggest hurdle is unfair competition and the interests of those unfair pharmaceutical companies operating the market, and of course the lack of funds. When they're talking about the limited market, they're saying that the medicines are too expensive, are not affordable. As to the regulation, I don't think it's a big problem. Of course, you have to address regulatory issues. Firstly, to create the pharmaceutical registry, and as Shannon says, as part of the Eurasian unit. We have submitted such ideas, but unfortunately our partners in the Eurasian community have not supported. But I assure you that we'll build and approve this registry as a Russian document. We already have an instruction from the government, and we're going to do it very soon. And I'm hoping that our Eurasian colleagues, when they see it in operation, they will join us. So, in conclusion, I'd just like to thank you for having found the time to join us, and I would like to wish all of us that just like the vaccine, we could start this registry, being the first ones to do that, so that we should do it smoothly, considering the previous experience, because we know that digital tools they are tools, but you need to learn to use them correctly. So I know about the government instructions to both of your organizations, so I wish that both of you succeed in implementing it, and so that all of us should be healthy. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. Let's be healthy.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш Газпромбанк.
звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
на наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливыми.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Today, we have very interesting discussions, very interesting subjects at the Gaidar Forum, and our today's session is dedicated to digital transformation, which is designated by the President, as you're aware, as one of our strategic goals until 2030. This is no coincidence, because truly, as I believe, we can only address other tasks, accomplish the goals in terms of economic growth, eradicating poverty, social reform without a deep digital transformation of all of these sectors. Digital transformation is one of the key global trends for the next decade. To ensure ubiquitous digitalization, all the necessary conditions have already been created, both the technologies and personnel. Human labor force are there, and many industries have already undergone digital transformation, such as taxi, delivery services, finance. We can see the level of penetration of technology very high. There are some conservative industries, such as social services. They are still at initial stages of digital transformation. I think across the world, the biggest effect is going to be yielded by healthcare. Once it undergoes digital transformation, it's one of the biggest industries, biggest economic branches in the economy. It is only at initial stages of this deep process. And I think we're going to talk about that today. The coronavirus pandemic has certainly given an additional impetus towards making headway here. It has not brought about, however, any drastic changes. It only accelerated the trends that have already been there. It has also exacerbated all the controversies that exist in our society and in the world. And it has given an additional push to many other processes. Attending our discussion today are those for whom digital transformation is not just a buzzword, because each and every participant, each and every panelist can boast a number of projects already implemented. This as part of their everyday life. Let me introduce Anton Kotyakov, Minister of Labor and Social Protection, Daniel Yegorov, Head of the Federal Tax Service, Anastasia Rakova, Deputy Mayor of Moscow, and Tigran Hudaverdian, CEO of Yandex. Unfortunately, another minister, Maksud Shadayev, could not join us today. He is the spearheading digital transformation, and the government, unfortunately, is contracted coronavirus, just as many other people across our country and throughout the world. I would like to wish him a speedy recovery. Unfortunately, we're going to hold our discussion today without Maksud. The first question I would like to address to Anton Kotyakov. As previously mentioned, coronavirus has pushed forward digitalization in many industries, as we can see in Russia and social services. We've seen some very good qualitative shifts. A very good example is the payment of benefits for families with children. Last year there were 2 payments to the tune of 10,000, 2 in summer and also 1 in winter. And with every iteration, it took less and less time to wire the money. I think in December it took just a couple of days, 4 days, I think. Colleagues from the ministry remember well, it was on a day off that the money was wired in December. So it is a very good example showing how social services could be provided very swiftly, and the money made it to the families at precisely the juncture when there was need for that money. And digitalization allowed that to happen. Minister Kotyakov, could you tell us more about the projects you're implementing, and how do you envisage digitalization in the field you're working in? Yes, I can tell you that 2020 was a marathon of unconventional yet very successful solutions. I recall very vividly March 2020, we saw citizens arriving from abroad, potentially suffering from coronavirus, and something had to be done about it. We had to ensure that they stayed at home. At the same time, we could not leave them without livelihood, so we had to organize sick leave for them. So it took us 16 to 18 hours to organize a brainstorm, and we came up with an idea of direct payments to the citizens. Within 3 days, we managed to lay the legal groundwork, and the social insurance fund started wiring the money. That was the first example of wiring the money directly to our citizens. So fast, and there were 3 payments to the tune of 5,000 for children, and 2 for children from 3 to 16 years, for families with such children. And we managed to propel our interagency cooperation to a whole new level. We decreased the time for processing information. What I can tell you is that on the one hand, we provided citizens with a new service. They could use the public services web portal as a single window to access all these services. And we also made sure they didn't have to collect all the paperwork. So we shifted the burden from the citizens to the public agencies. To a large extent, this was made possible thanks to a high digitalization level of our government bodies, and it also had we also had to change some processes. So right now, when a citizen files an application, that's the only thing he or she has to do, and the rest is up to the government bodies, and it's a huge deal of work. I'm very grateful to Daniel for organizing all our cooperation on children, the registry offices, and all the rest of the bodies responsible for that digitized all the database on children, and we've got this whole database digitized with their information on their parents, with the rest. We worked with the Interior Ministry on the registration, on the citizenship, on the nationality. So we managed to transform how our bodies cooperate, which allowed to shift the burden from the citizens to transform this very format of cooperating with our citizens, interacting with them. You asked what we're doing right now and what comes next. Starting from December, a new law entered into force on proactive informing of our citizens of such benefits and support measures they're entitled to. In December, we organized on the basis of public services website, and citizens got an opportunity to file an application to get information on these support measures. And right now we are proactively informing citizens what exactly they're entitled to. Should this or that circumstance occur, there are 3 right now: birth of a child, pension scheme, and unemployment. All of a sudden, you give birth to a child once. Well, no, not once. Throughout your life, it can happen all the time. But each and every child is born only once. But it can play out differently, We have to put it on a personal level. We need to understand whether this is the first child, or the second, or the third, whether both parents are working or just one is working, whether both of them are Russian citizens or just one of them. So in order to make sure we provide the correct service, we are trying to expand the digitalization of this procedure. We want to provide information in a targeted, swift fashion. This is the main goal our government has set before itself. And our task, as of now, is to introduce this principle of social treasury and to expand it to cover all public services, or at least as many as possible. Right now, with the federal service, not all of them are provided on this principle, and as we can see, around 80% of such services, they have not yet made it to the website. They are localized or regionalized. They vary from one region to other. That is why there is no equality throughout the territory of the Russian Federation. That is why we're trying to digitize all of them to make sure these things are targeted. We need to ensure social justice and social equality throughout the whole of the Russian territory. When you talk about proactive provision of services, I feel that human being becomes your focus, and everything is built around the human person. It's not based on who can issue what certificate. No, you're trying to make sure that it is convenient and comfortable for the person to get any service he or she needs. And this is something you profess and something we laud. Yes, indeed, a human person is the main priority. We need to tailor everything to the human person's needs and requirements. Next, I would like to move on to Daniil Yegorov. As is well known, the Federal Tax Service has left far in the past the basic stage of digital transformation. I think digital transformation, however, is an ongoing process. You can always add something, make the next step, introduce a new algorithm, but one can be sure that the Federal Tax Service is one of the first federal bodies that managed to traverse this path of digital transformation, and the results are evident. On the one hand, the tax receipts are growing. On the one hand, the tax service creates a very good, comfortable environment for those who work without violations, who live in a law-abiding fashion, as it were. Well, of course, tax administration is one of the public governance system. So what do you think digital transformation can provide to the public system, to the public governance, and is it going to make the public service more efficient? What benefits are there for the people? Thank you very much for your question. I cannot say that my position has crystallized, that it's not going to shift. As you said, digital transformation is an ongoing process, and I feel that. And it's expanding in all directions. And it brings me to my first conclusion. The hierarchy is changing, and we'll have to do that. It's a data-centric governance approach. We have to adapt depending on what kind of data we're working with. There is something I need to say, to point out, something we need to be prepared for. As far as I understand, first we need to abandon the following principle. If you want to do something well, you should do it yourself. This is a principle we need to leave behind. It is an impediment in digital transformation, because it is thanks to the selection of services and technological solutions that you can be successful in the tasks you set before yourself. Second, communication. Communication is changed through digital transformation. The whole flows of data, of information, they are changed, they are transformed. Citizens are our clients, as it were, and the flows of information from them are changing. And we have to agree that once digital transformation happens, we see some interesting phenomena. First, if you organize the feedback system correctly, then the number of questions and complaints grows exponentially. That is why when building KPIs, the government has to be very correct, very prudent. If the number of complaints goes up, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are doing a bad job. That's the first thing you have to understand. Apart from that, you have to understand that if you're doing your job well, most probably there's going to be no feedback whatsoever, because usually it is the negative feedback that gets to you. Personal communication is simply going away because there is no personal communication. You're working with a website and no one can impress you. There is only the process that is either run smoothly or not. So we need to do everything in our power so that still there is some kind of feedback which allows us to improve and to go forward. And this is going to be the fundamental matter to address going forward. Another thing, we see right now that standardization has two sides. On the one hand, there is a comprehensible, understandable interface for taxpayers, for the clients. On the one hand, there is a restricted choice and the competition between products goes down. And these are the risks we will have to address, and that's where the danger lurks. Third, we have to realize that our products are not purely government-based. Tigran is probably going to touch upon how exactly we make these products. Yes, Yandex pays its taxes. Yes, we follow that very closely, also based on the data that Yandex provides. Our products are kind of a compilation that brings together different products from public and private sector, from different teams, consisting of both government officials and non-government officials. And thanks to this collaboration, new mechanisms are going to emerge that will allow people to get where they want. And the last thing I would like to say, in the past we had people filing their tax declarations to the service. First they had to bring them personally, then we allowed them to be sent by post. Now you can access the website. I think next level is going to be absolutely different. The client won't have to do anything. We will make sure everything is automatic. I believe that as providers of services, we have to be as invisible as possible and at the same time as proactive as possible, so that if a person needs anything, we would be there. And there's going to be a synergy between the providers of services and those who are our clients. I think for the second time in a row, and I think Anastasia is going to mention that as well, there is this client orientation. The Ministry of Labor and Social Protection and the Federal Tax Service put the human person at the center. And it is around the human person that all business processes are built in a manner which is convenient and comfortable to the human person, while bringing down the transactional costs that old processes used to have. Yes, it's a client-oriented model of governance too. The next question goes to Anastasia. We know very well, we're very happy that Moscow is spearheading the digital transformation process among Russian regions, and last year it came in very handy because in extreme conditions, amid drastic changes brought about by the coronavirus pandemic, the groundwork that had been created in healthcare, in city governance, all of that proved to be a huge help for the city to weather the storm better than London, New York, or Italian cities and towns. Yes, it was a challenge, it was a huge problem, but thanks heaven, we are managing to overcome it. We need to move forward. What about the future? What interesting projects are there for digital transformation in Moscow? What do you need to do in the coming years? From the outset, I would like to say that the digitalization affects all aspects of human life. This process is impossible to stop. It starts and develops first and foremost in sectors that provide commercial services. And it is very important for these services because otherwise they simply won't exist, they won't survive. I refer to banking, to retail, to taxi. It's more difficult with education and healthcare, with public services because they are more inert, they are more conservative, because these are very complicated services, and any mistake here would have grave consequences. But the process of digitalization is inevitable, and I'm confident that only through digitalization we will be able to propel these services to a whole new level. Unlike the market, the government plays here a very important role, and it is the government that should be the driver of digitalization. Indubitably, this is driven in turn by demands from the citizens. They are becoming more choosy, more selective, and they have the right to require a higher level of quality of services provided by the government. We've been here for 10 years, and there are 370 services that migrated online over the last decade. We created this website, and we're trying to minimize any additional requirements like additional certificates, and we are adopting the proactive approach. We know that it is very easy to get a government service in Moscow. It's very fast. Proactively, many people who go abroad say that they miss these services they used to get here in Moscow. And we're working with the Federal Public Services Portal. We're working with it, but we want regional platforms to stay there because they could be a synergy. Some of them have moved forward very much. Now, as for healthcare, I agree with you totally, Maxim. This is the most important, the most promising area for digitalization. But digital transformation without prior preparations, it's simply impossible. Just as the theater begins from the clothes stand, so this digitalization starts with platforms in hospitals, and from infrastructure we have hospitals that were built a very long time ago. We need not just a digital contour, we also need the medical data. We need to digitize all this medical documentation. In Moscow, we have already completed that work. All the medical database has been digitized by Moscow. And we even went further. We managed to retroactively digitize all children's medical documents, which gives us a chance to organize a wholesale digital transformation. And thanks to the pandemic, to a large extent, in many respects, we have come very close to digitalization. And in some things, in some regards, we've already completed it. And it benefits many people, but these benefits do not arrive at the initial stages, only at the end stages once we've completed everything. But at an initial stage, this is a complicated, complex process, and it's difficult to accomplish in healthcare, in education. And sometimes it makes us rethink our approaches, find new methods for using data. Sometimes we face reluctance, we face resistance. Let's take the taxi industry. When aggregators arrived, big electronic services, when they arrived, first it took a while. It was difficult. So it's the same here. It's a very complex thing. We need to treat it carefully, but we are moving there. We're getting there. First, any digitalization should facilitate the work of medics. It has to decrease the paper load, then it's going to be taken positively by the system. Last year, we introduced a voice registry for those who carry out X-rays. You don't need to type anything. There are voice recognition systems. You can simply say out loud the diagnostic, for instance, and it helps you save time up to 20%. All X-ray specialists across Moscow have access to this service. And increasingly more begin to use this voice recognition software. Another good thing that helps transparency and accessibility is single digital data. They are at single place and they are accessible both by the doctor and by also by the patient, and the doctor can access information from any other hospital where the person was treated, and you can also download any data brought from Germany or from anywhere else. It helps with diagnostics, with facilitating the treatment process, and in this case, you don't need to carry out many exams, many tests, simply because the data are already there. You don't need to redo them. And another important initiative is digital hospitals. Amid the pandemic, we've managed to transform on a wholesale basis our hospitals. That's 7,000 beds, 5 facilities housing more than 1,000 patients and almost the same number of personnel. And they don't need to do anything on paper. And very swiftly we took a decision to digitize everything very fast, and these hospitals have no paper work at all. Everything is digital. This is a whole new approach to providing experts. It's comprehensive data. It gives you a chance to make decisions faster. You can consult doctors remotely. You can organize council of doctors all of a sudden. And you can also control all processes remotely and digitally. What kind of benefits does it provide to our citizens? It is easier to get an appointment with a doctor. You can get your test results faster. In the past, you had to call the registry desk to find out whether your tests had arrived. You had to go there and there. And right now, you don't need to do that because everything is in digital. It arrives faster than the doctor sees it, and we went further. Amid the pandemic, we understand not people are ready to migrate online so fast, even though it takes just 2 days without need to be there personally. So to be more client-oriented, you can open a medical database of everything related to your health, just as you get a debit card.
We have been able to switch to this simple communications by SMS and daily SMS to those who received a positive or negative COVID test arrive automatically, which enhances the user experience. What else haven't we been able to achieve? And what will stay is the telemedicine. We had the legal framework for that before, but there were some difficulties in introducing that, implementing that, and low interest among medical personnel. But now we have much broader capabilities. And given the shortage of resources and medical resources and funds, given additional medical constraints and limitations in place, and people were not able to go and see a doctor in a hospital, the telemedicine center that we put on stream in 3 weeks has allowed us to monitor 300,000 people, and we can hand out 1 million consultations, teleconsultations, and the people that stay at home can get in touch with a doctor online and talk to a doctor without any time limits and express all their concerns and fears, which is of paramount importance. And we are obliged to get in touch with our patients via the telechannel on a daily basis, and as a result of all that, we have been able to make headway despite some of the flaws that the system has. We anyway haven't registered any tensions about the systems, and the feedback from the patients is positive, which is our main achievement. What are the benefits for digitalization for public administration? We will receive colossal, huge new field of opportunities, and we will be able to see all the actions and the decisions and the outcomes. It's fully transparent, and for the Moscow healthcare system, with 160,000 of medical personnel and with a huge number of medical establishments, that is definitely an asset, and the digitalization allows us to minimize or bring to naught the risks of inappropriate behavior within a system. Previously, there was a decree by the health department, and it was manually executed, and we received quite positive reports. But, you know, in the digital format, we receive a different picture, and now we know that our previous perceptions were a far cry from the reality. So now we know that we want to shorten the uptime, since we make a decree and till it's implemented. We made decisions on how to treat COVID patients with mild, average, and grave symptoms, and the medications are to be handed out by the government. And when the decree arrives, I'll bet it's going to take doctors 5 days to fully adopt that, because the results of the protocols of each patient, the records of each patient, are uploaded to the system, and final fine-tuning and tweaking after a decree arrives takes 3, 4, or 5 days. But a year ago, it took us much longer to start acting in full compliance with the new patterns and algorithms of patient treatment. Otherwise, we would have spent much longer to accommodate new practices and new treatment regimes. Another baseline example to cite with respect to a structural change thanks to the digitalization, it's X-ray services. We have a uniform data array for images and for those who describe those images, and X-ray professionals don't need to be next to the hardware. They don't need to be on the premises of a health clinic. We have a single radiology center where all those radiologists are seated. So they will stop going to local hospitals. They will be seated all together, and now that will allow for better specialization of radiologists, and they will be able to issue better and more precise descriptions. With respect to what we have planned for future, it's AI, it's clinical decisions aiding system. Last year we thought it would take us several years to introduce. Now it's the routine practice. Yes, we are applying it, have been applying it with COVID patients, and we have received a 30% time reduction to describe an image. Same refers to oncology, so this digital vision is a very good thing, and preliminary diagnosis with Sberbank is another project, and we have set 60,000 diagnoses with that help. And you have been quite right in saying that all the digital changes as of today may help improve the patient treatment quality to no less extent than the development of the medical science and S&T progress. Thank you, Anastasia. But the journey that you have undertaken will take long and will have to advance further to introduce wearable devices and other new solutions. And data analysis will become a uniform thing, and we will know better what the lifestyles of people are and what the movements and migrations of people are. With respect to AI, algorithms and standard patterns will be introduced and routine manual action will be reduced. So it's going to be a client journey that will be client-centric, and the user experience will be enhanced, and the healthy lifespan of our people will be extended with the help of the state-of-the-art technology. I'm confident that Moscow will have the global lead in this, as in other countries we see that digitalization trails, and Moscow will be at the forefront and will share its best practices with the rest of the country later on. In your intervention, you've mentioned the cab drivers and the cab industry. Let me recall one of my talks with Arkady Volozhin, who told a simple and clear-cut story. He said that Yandex is praised always for, like a while ago in 2010, launching that Yandex Taxi project. It's one of the flagship undertakings of Yandex. Yandex was acted with a lot of forethoughtfulness. And back in 2010, we had lots of startups. He said Yandex Taxi was one of them, and it proved successful. But some other startups, they came to naught. They fizzled out. Some of those projects would lift off, others would not. But thanks to the corporate culture and their ideology, they have been able to become the only company globally that is capable of competing with global transnational giants without any governmental support. The Chinese companies are quite active also, but they receive a full-fledged, wholehearted backing from the government, while Yandex has been in direct competition with Google and Uber, but still without any governmental support. So, Tiran, what are the breaking news from Yandex? Any new projects in the pipeline? What digital transformation needs for the economy, and what benefits will the people in our country derive? Yandex has a huge incubator, you are right, when you tell us about taxi project. It's speaking with hindsight. We remember that we had lots of projects in the past, but not all of them lifted off. Now we have lots of undertakings, pardon me. If you ask me where we will end up after the pandemic and what the role of technology giants like Yandex would be, let us look back and recall how different industries, logistics, online trade and medicine advanced in the past, as well as other.
20
areas of people's lives, how they were digitalizing by and by. But the year 2020 was the turbo or reset button, and it has expedited and augmented all the processes, including service delivery, because of the restrictions, we had to introduce a new modus operandi, and we saw a augmentation coming into play. So what comes next? Will it peter out? Will we forget about that when the pandemic abates, or shall it be a springboard for the technology to keep developing and taking new niches? My vision is that we have seen huge new demand, and in all the spheres, like telemedicine has just been mentioned, which is a very complex and complicated scheme. It is one of the examples of benefits for people and improving their daily routine and raising living standards. And now we're seeing shifts in the demand paradigms, and people want new types and kinds of services, and they probably may expect in a year that a doctor would call them or send them a message via messenger instead of waiting for hours till the doctor comes to your place. And now we're seeing the digital trade developing rapidly. We're seeing huge marketplaces like Amazon, and vicinity shops also, and drugstores also offer digital services, and that would lend shopping a brand new quality. Users would want to see a courier depicted on the map in real-time format, how he or she would move to reach the destination. So this last mile format must be improved, enhanced. As regards education, most of education will come back to schools, to the personal face-to-face format, but at the same time, lots of courses will be held remotely, online, and in the past it was hard and costly to receive online education, remote education. It will cease to be expensive in the future. New services will emerge, allowing us to work remotely and improving comfort. How many people, employees, work remotely? The proportion of those who work remotely is 72%, and only 2%. Prior to the New Year, we had 18% working on the premises. Now it's 20%. So our companies are quite productive and efficient. Sometimes people lack socialization. It is an issue. Well, for the first couple of months it was quite cool, and it gave us a kick to work from home, to work remotely, but later it became irksome and tiresome and started boring us. Like staying all the day within the confines of your flat is something that may hassle people. So for your sector, there are no limitations because of the pandemic. The colleagues from Moscow may send a makeshift vaccination point for all the employees of Yandex. They will send a vaccination team to you. By the way, IT professionals
количество вакцинированных. Потому что
I'm on
что можно пробовать
the leaders of the vaccination. They demonstrate the highest demand for vaccination and they're quite active. Thank you. Our debate is nearing its end and I'll ask a quick-fire question in its final part. We spoke about the benefits of digitalization, but anyway, the digital transformation of any field, any area would mean structural change. But as a result of structural change, there are the winners and the losers. So how should we act? And the final outcome of the digital transformation is definitely positive. But what we want is to see benefits for everybody. We should have a good labor market, we should have the data security. But how can we make all those digital solutions accessible and available to everybody? Let's start with Anton. Well, I think that digitalization as such has 2 points on board, like the transformation of the labor market and some of the professions disappear, and at the same time we saw the delivery of items and food items booming in 2020, so demand for this profession rose, and using big data we have been able to make managerial solutions, and in 2020 we launched the labor market monitoring mechanism. With a 1-month delay we have information about all the employers in this country, including all the 55 million of the working age people. Within 1 month we can have information about 23 million workers. We can see the arrivals and departures at each of the enterprises and organizations, and using the track records of labor track records of our workers and employees, we can range all people, make rankings, and use that data. Probably I will trespass on someone else's territory, but you know, with universities we may make projections how many people, how many students would want to enter this or that university, and another domain is the transformation of the labor market with the help of the new technology. It's more difficult, but now we have come up with a service to control the future employment of graduates. We can see the track record of each and every graduate, and we can see what is their job story after they finish an establishment, leave an establishment. And we can see some coefficients and factors, and all that provides us with a toolkit that helps us respond swiftly to the changes in the labor market. And we anyway are capable to act in a proactive way and embrace different levels of public administration, like the regional and municipal and the local levels, with digital tools, and that will enhance the stability of the labor market, and we'll be able to act in a thoughtful manner. So you want to act, you want to be proactive, you want to avoid problems, you want to prevent them from happening, and you have the tools. Yes.
Для меня сложный вопрос, потому что, с одной стороны, мы говорим о доступности.
For me, Daniel Yegorov, it is a vexed question, as I believe that, well, the accessibility is something that we should take into account. If we have the digital infrastructure in place, the services are available to everybody, which is obvious. You can see that all the phones are quite affordable now in different price categories that are affordable to people. Now we're thinking about the transformation of the term service, and want to figure what service, what specific service this or that person would need. And we are aware that some of the digital systems and capabilities may help us customize our products, accommodate services to specific needs. It's not one size fits for all, no. We'll customize, and this indeed is a very complicated technology. Well, it's about what level of customization we may reach, working with the help of big data. That remains to be seen. And the second point to bear in mind is the data protection. It's an item for a global discussion, a separate discussion. We may start telling you how we protect data and work with the data holders and providers. And I can recall a meeting with the digital security professionals, and I put some of the data in question. I disputed some of the data, and they responded that the ideal and perfect way to protect data is to destroy them, because when we have the surplus of data, a glut of data, that may not be a fully good thing, because at the start of the pandemic, all the agencies wanted data from us. What kind of data, we asked them? All data, all possible data. And I thought that they were still fresh in this new trend. And now we are limiting, by the added value derived with the help of data. And a special debate, a special field for discussion is how to share data in order to generate added value. That would be something that would be double-edged. The data may be made public, but you know, probably we have lost the game about the data protection already. And we should be quite peculiar about what data we protect, what exactly we protect. And we should be thinking about all these things. And now, within the tax authority, we are launching projects that would be similar to an online one-stop shop. And you would subscribe to our data and derive benefit. So the more impersonal and public data we have at hand, the better will be the effect. Anastasia, I'm in agreement with what has been said by the previous speakers, but I want to say that for education and healthcare, digitalization will not result in unemployment, no. It will help offset the shortage of high-skilled personnel that we are now experiencing. And as regards data protection, that merits a special discussion. I agree with Daniel Tigran. I'll tell you a story, an anecdote. A month ago, we received a letter from a taxi driver from Kazan. So the cab driver wrote a letter to us. He told us, it's last week when I work as a cab driver, I will switch to become a Python developer with a local company. But anyway, he wrote a letter of gratitude to us because we gave him a chance to go to take a course for Python beginners. A 45-year-old man with some technical background. So at any historical moment of time, at any point in history, we saw developments in times when people had to change a profession. Some professions die out. With the S&T progress, and now new technologies have emerged in personnel training that allow for quicker, cheaper, and better advanced training and retraining. And this anecdote about the cab driver is not an exception. It's not a rare case. We have lots of similar examples. Yandex has Yandex Practicum service to offer to people who want advanced or additional training. And I think that it will enjoy demand from people who are in search of new opportunities. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I am confident and positive that the digital transformation of Russian economy and welfare will benefit all the nationals, and I am also confident that the digital technologies will not be able to replace or supersede face-to-face contacts, so I hope that month after month the pandemic will subside and we'll come back to our routines. Thank you.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими? или остались собой, принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное — не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш «Газпромбанк».
звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
На на наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливым.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, дорогие
Dear
друзья,
ladies and gentlemen, dear friends,
dear friends, from my point of view, today we are discussing with the expert community of the world a very interesting and very important topic connected with the development of online education. The exact name is online education, a temporary solution or a panacea or long-term trend. And to those people who participated in this discussion, you saw their portraits, you saw their biographies or CVs. They're outstanding specialists. Today, we were discussing the topic with Tim Meskin, the first vice president of SASB International, the biggest association of business schools of the world, accreditation association, with Professor Nick Van Dam from EE Business School, Spain, that is considered to be #1 in the world from the point of view of online education. We're discussing that with the acting rector of Sberbank or Sber Corporate University, Igor Baranov, who has a long experience of consultancy work, education work, and now is running the biggest corporate university of the country. And we're discussing that with fantastic dean from the United States, the dean of business school of Wake Forest University, North Carolina, Professor Charles Yakovou. The topic is really very interesting. What would happen with online education 1 month after the end of pandemic? Shall we continue to use this opportunity as intensively as now, or will it completely disappear? What do we think about the new generation and online education? How to adapt online education to executive retraining? Online education, it's the same quality and price level, the same market niche, or something different, and how to market those problems, and a lot of other very important questions. And it is my pleasure and honor to give the first floor to the Vice President of SASB International, Professor Tim Meskin. Tim, you're welcome. If you please switch on the sound. We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you.
Okay, spasiba bolshoy. Sergey, thank you very much, and a pleasure to be with such distinguished colleagues today. I'm going to move very quickly through this because my colleagues have such important insights to share, and I'm going to talk about where we see the future of virtual education. First, it's important for all of us to know that change is the norm. This is the world of higher ed, but this is also the universe that we all live in today. And so change is inevitable and impacts everything that we are doing. When AACSB talks about world-class business schools, we talk about it in terms of these 5 categories, one of which is we must be catalysts for innovation. We must, as well as we must be co-creators of knowledge and hubs of lifelong learning. We are leaders in research on leadership, but also at the end of the day, all of us in business education focus on enhancing, enabling global prosperity. Sergey, the 5 questions we were asked to respond to are these, and I'm going to give really quick responses and then provide a little bit more detail. The future of virtual education after COVID. Virtual education will remain strong and robust and even more present in higher education moving forward. Can virtual education compete? I believe unquestionably so. I'm going to talk about Gen Z and their demands. Executive students are different, very challenged with the virtual platform, but our business schools have responded to provide engagement, interaction in a very sophisticated level. And I think executive education will grow as well in the virtual space. And then about marketing, face-to-face versus virtual, without losing market share. I believe there are 6 technologies with the power to disrupt business schools in the future, and you see these here. All of these impact virtual education, but particularly customized delivery of education, whether it's at the program level or at the module, at the course level, and then the power of micro-learning, of driving virtual education to the smartphone in a very sophisticated way. Let me talk briefly about Gen Z. This is our current university population today for traditional age students born in the mid-1990s. It's a huge population globally, but Gen Z demands technology, is expecting sophisticated applications, and the virtual learning world is made to meet the needs of Gen Z in so many ways. I'm going to stop right there. Sergey, this is a fantastic topic, one that I think will engender great conversation among my colleagues, and look forward to hearing what they have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you. I consider, first of all, we shall listen to all the speakers, and then maybe I shall ask you some extra questions. And now it's my pleasure to give floor to the acting rector of Sberbank Russia, Professor Igor Baranov.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Mesayedov. And, well, back to your question. Of course, we experienced a big push to online education this year. And probably 3 trends worth to mention. First of all, there was what I call technology revolution in our team. Ability to use very different instruments, not just Zoom. Zoom is everything, of course, but Zoom plus many instruments which are positioned globally or nationally here in Russia, and that create overall engaged atmosphere for students. And I think, you know, it's very important to learn. There was also a change in attitude of our participants. So in a sense, they learned how to learn online. Their prejudices about online education probably disappeared because of their new experience. They're more ready to go on with this online education in a sense. Second thing, of course, there is a big splash for reskilling programs, and this is very important. And something very interesting that we noted, we started a program which we call Reboot. And basically it's a reskilling program when you can gain knowledge of one of the IT professions. It meant to be for people who want probably to change their profession, being a clerk probably now and become a data scientist. But interestingly enough, majority of people who enrolled for this program want to stay in their current role. The thing is that their current role is changing really fast. So to stay like myself in HR, and HR is digitized now, I need to learn data science just to be competitive in my current position. So we see this, you know, a huge splash in demand for reskilling just to stay relevant in your current profession, in your current occupation. And third, of course, unique opportunities to reach out participants across all countries possible. We are operating in Sberbank in all regions of Russia, and it's quite important for us to be available to our participants in different regions. And also, we can reach out to the best professors, like those who are participating here in this session. So I think these 3 things really made a difference for us. And we see it in feedback from our participants. So surprisingly, we measure a number of things like NPS, CSI, this kind of stuff. And surprisingly, this year, these KPIs are actually higher than they used to be last year. So we're actually even debating probably we should not go back to campus. I'm kidding. But, you know, it's a different world, and I think we adopted, and our participants adopted to that as a long-term solution.
You know, the sociological department of RUNEPA made a research during the beginning of this pandemic isolation, and the majority of students and faculties mentioned that they are dreaming to return back to the university campus, personal communication, face-to-face, etc. However, after the break in isolation that was at the end of summer, September, beginning of October, when they returned back to their classes and then to isolation again, during the poll we found out that their mood was changed, and the quantity of people who mentioned that even in future we prefer to preserve some part of our classes online went up. Do you think that this trend would continue?
Yes, absolutely. Well, I think we are kind of trying to find a new balance between offline and face-to-face modules. It's not going to be pure online. It's not panacea in this sense. It's not going to stay face-to-face, predominantly face-to-face as it used to be. There should be a new balance. It's difficult to find. It's difficult to find on our side as faculty members, because if we have nothing to teach except for, you know, just giving information to our students, it's becoming even more clear when you do it online. So it's a challenge for professors as well.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Professor Van Dam, can I kindly ask you to join our discussion? I remember your last year's presentation in depth about lifelong learning, about balance of life and work, about the middle age crisis. And now pandemic pushed into those topics, this online education. What's your perception about the opportunities and challenges?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'm delighted to join the panel here today. Yeah, so if I reflect again on, you know, where we are in the world and what we have learned over the last let's say 10 months, is that you know, we are still at the beginning of the fourth industrial revolution, and over the next decade there is a huge need for upskilling and reskilling every single person globally. If we look at careers of students, of professionals, a 40+ year career, people need to continue learn and grow. They need to develop lifelong learning mindsets. And if we reflect on our education system globally, you know, people need to double down in all their learning, if it's, you know, if they are in the workforce or as students. And what I believe is that, you know, if you look at technologies, and Sergio, you mentioned it at the beginning, the term e-learning was coined in 1997. So we are now kind of, you know, 23 years later. And I believe that, you know, technology-based learning, digital learning is here to stay. It can have a huge opportunity for people to do more when it comes to learning. But also when I reflect on universities, on business schools, you know, we have different segments in the market. We have the undergraduates, we have graduates, and we have executive education. And within those segments, we have different archetype of students. So at the undergraduate level, we have students who say, I like to work and learn. And for those, a blended model, an online model works really well. But also we have an archetype of students who say, I truly value being on a campus because it's also part of my development. I want to connect with people live. But saying that, also there are tremendous opportunities to use technology in the classroom, outside of the classroom, etc. That will be here to stay, and we will double down on that. And from a graduate perspective, well, we see already that, and if I take IE as an example, at IE, 70% of all our master degrees are blended. So that means actually we're using technology, and we will double down on that. And then if you look at the executive education market, and I've been in touch with many CLOs through the IE Center for Corporate Learning Innovation, through the McKinsey Consortium for Learning Innovation. And what I'm learning from executives like Igor in the corporate world is that, yes, you know, online learning will become a big part of executive education, and there's still a need for people to come together, and you know, in a place where they can practice their skills, when they feel they are part of a culture, they can do networking, but also time for reflection. We all know that people, and particularly leaders, need time for reflection. And there's also, if I couple this with another trend, people will be working more remotely than ever before. But therefore, the need for people, if they can come together to make that a very immersive experience, becomes even more important than ever before. And the last point I'd like to make is that I think we have tremendous opportunities to advance our faculties and help them to use digital pedagogies, blended pedagogies, to make them, you know, even better in how they are teaching. So teaching excellence is what I believe is becoming more and more important, no matter what kind of level program people are teaching.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nick. You see, yesterday, when we were making the discussion about self-isolation at another session on business education, the Dean of London Business School mentioned that when they started introducing their online programs to top executives, initially some of the top executives were reluctant to follow, but then when pandemic continued, they decided to subdivide people into smaller groups to increase interactive approach, and the quantity of these people started growing. Before I shall ask the next question, I want to ask the question to those people who are present at our discussion, to those people who are our audience. The question is very simple. Do you consider that online format is as effective as normal in-class format? There can be three answers. Yes, online can be equal by the efficiency with in-class format. No, it won't never be as efficient as the first one, or I do not know. And we shall wait for the results of the voting, which we get after some time. And now I want to give floor to Charles Yakovu from the University of Wake Forest. Charles, may I ask you a little bit more precise question? My observation is that, at least here in Russia, that the people from corporate programs are less reluctant to follow online than the people from online enrollment. That the people from MPA programs are less reluctant to follow online than the people from MBA programs. Can you comment why it is so, and outline some of your observations? How is it at your continent? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. It is so wonderful to see you and be with the esteemed panelists that I see on the screen. I will respond to your question, but let me say the exchange that we have today, it's a good proof point that online education is working. I am learning a lot from you today. And I'm really sorry that I'm not able to be physically with you in Moscow like we have done in the past. But certainly that learning is happening, and thank you for organizing this wonderful event again. Back to the question you asked, let me answer that question, and then I will highlight and affirm some of the points that the colleagues have just made. It is true that not all the learners are the same. So we have said, Tim has shared that in general, younger students tend to prefer digital education, or they're more comfortable with it. They're digital natives, the undergraduates that we have right now. True. We have thousands of research studies that show that based on innovation, diffusion of innovation, that in general, younger people adopt technologies in medicine, in farming, in manufacturing, in education faster. But that is not the only factor that determines someone's proclivity, preference towards a new technology. Life's circumstances, ability to give up a job, lose a salary, ability to be mobile, to go to the classroom in certain hours. So back to the question you asked, Sergey, if you think about typical learners that pursue those programs, they tend to be more senior working professionals, that they have probably more senior jobs and more established career paths and families and kids to take care of. So those life circumstances make it more difficult for them to be physically present in a highly constrained program arrangement. And therefore, they see online as a more flexible channel for them. MBA students, for example, we have some executives who find themselves in those situations, but we also have more junior learners who are willing to give up more junior jobs and lower incomes with lower opportunity costs, and therefore those students tend to prefer face-to-face. So here's a case where actually age plays against that preference, which can explain the dynamic you just described. So we notice it here as well in our own region, where certain type of student, goes back to the segmentation point that Nick made earlier, certain type of students beyond their age demographic has a preference for more flexible arrangements, and flexibility tends to come with online distance technology versus cohort-based face-to-face programming. In addition to that, let me say something about acceptance of programs. Just like every culture out there, some cultures embrace new technology faster than others. Medicine versus business versus airlines versus banking or countries, it doesn't matter. And in the past, let's acknowledge that online education has not had a good reputation. And I will submit there were 3 key reasons for it. The technologies were not perfected. As Nick said, actually even before the 90s, we had distance education. We had open universities in the 80s and 70s. They were sending tapes back and forth and mail correspondence courses. Those technologies were not as good. And the delivery and the learning benefits were not as good. So that was a problem. The second thing that was happening over the years is most universities that engage in distance education, were not our best universities. So sometimes the observations about online education were more a judgment about the type of university that was involved versus the delivery method. Today, that has changed. We have premier universities like yours and all of the ones that are presented on the screen that they're delivering through online delivery. So that's changing the perception. The third factor that I think created a liability for online delivery early on is bias. If I had to go to class and that's how I learn, then if somebody doesn't, by definition, that must be inferior. And I have to tell you, that bias was not just only in the corporate settings, it was in the educational settings. Ourselves, we felt that those were inferior delivery mechanisms. But research shows that learning outcomes can be equivalent across delivery channels. Now, that doesn't mean there is online means good teaching and on ground means bad teaching. No, there is good teaching happening online and good teaching happening on ground. And I will submit there is bad teaching that is happening in both spaces. So the trick is to leverage the strengths of your physical assets, your digital assets, and optimize the learning. And you cannot replicate it. You cannot replicate in online a casual lunch conversation with your teammates that just happens sporadically and organically. But at the same time, you cannot replicate the asynchronous flexibility that the online technology delivers in a 90-minute classroom session. So there is benefits across that make it difficult. So what do we do? Let me just focus briefly on the future and highlight some of the things that have already been said. One is segmentation. Not all learners are the same, and we need to know that and match delivery and program design features, not just delivery, with the needs of the learners, and that has been articulated. The second thing we can do is take the best pieces of the delivery method and try to make the other method, because both methods have liabilities, even better. Why not take online content that has been delivered for your online programs and give it to your on-ground students so that they can have the textbook, they can have the videos, they can have the online websites, and they can match that to their learning styles and be more effectively taught the topic. Why not use the alumni of your on-ground programs in various cities across Russia and the world to engage with your online learners and give them personal engagement so they're not as isolated, especially in a moment like this during the pandemic. So why not take pieces and make it together? And the last thing that I want to say is, I think by mixing delivery channels, online versus traditional, with business models, we're doing ourselves a disservice. And we need to stop talking about online learners and on-ground. Why not talk about online semesters and on-ground semesters? Why not talk about course-by-course basis? Why also not talk about changing the faculty roles? Why does the same person must design a course, deliver the instruction, be the advisor during office hours, and also do the assessment? Why not use some pieces online, some on-ground, and create a different teaching environment for us? So re-engineering, rethinking, re-envisioning, I think it needs to be one of our key strategies. Sorry for giving a long answer, but I wanted to affirm many of the things that have been shared and tell you that I'm really excited, and I too am optimistic about the future of online delivery.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Charles. And now, gentlemen, I have one a little bit provocative question, and with the reference to what Charles has just mentioned. He mentioned that, if I got the message properly, that to make our online education as effective and efficient as our ground or in-class education, we have to remember about segmentation of our clients. Because different groups of clients, they prefer a different way of education. And the younger people are more adaptive to the education online. That is, well, I quite agree with that. However, I have a philosophical question. Recently, I read several articles connected with the world marketing of luxury commodities, and there the people mentioned that the top brands like Prada, like Dior, etc., practically switched off all the TV screens at their shops. They stopped using gadgets by their salesmen and sales ladies. They say that their clients prefer face-to-face, personal, one-to-one conversation and work, that they subconsciously consider that too much of gadgetization and online communication brings you to mass products which are normally sold at the discounted market. And here I can feel a certain threat to the value of education as it is. If online is going so quickly forward, won't we get certain segregation of the people into two groups? Those who had a chance or will have a chance in the future to study in class, on the ground, and those who would be predominantly using online. And I would be very, very thankful if you tell what do you think about that. You're welcome, gentlemen. Who is ready to comment?
I will respond very quickly. I agree. This is about segmentation. So there are instances where personal engagement face-to-face is perceived to be more intimate, more personal, more higher quality for certain segments. And I will submit that is the best way to engage with your client. And that applies to education. I mean, we have a one-on-one coaching that we offer to executive students. That's a much more expensive model than teaching large classes, but we still offer it because that is what is needed for the development and other needs of our learners. So, yeah, I don't view this to be a one-size solution that fits all, and I will submit that there will be a segment, a premier segment, both in terms of pricing, investments that require to deliver it, that will stay in that space. So I think that was a great analogy you gave, and I think that'll be part of the puzzle.
Yeah.
Thank
if
you
I
very much.
may I chime in too? I think that let's say for both archetypes, the archetype online and the archetype in class or on campus, we also see there can be a significant difference in terms of the experience and the quality. So you can have an outstanding, very well designed online experience. And I published an article this year with a McKinsey colleague on this. And the theme was how to convert a classroom program into a high quality immersive online learning program. And we featured a whole methodology in terms of how to do this. Now, the same applies for in the class. You can have an outstanding experience in the class, but also you can have an okay experience in the class. So it goes back to segmentation, pricing, audience, and also where do you want to be from a quality perspective?
Yeah, and Sergey, I would jump in on that and say I agree wholeheartedly with both Charles and Nick. Our platforms of delivery must be incredibly agile, flexible, and must be able to address the range of expectations and demands. And most importantly, what we do, whether it's completely virtual, exclusively face-to-face, or blended, must be high quality and always experiential. And you know, one of the things you just mentioned a few minutes ago, a survey with the audience. It's a perfect example of embedding experiential engagement into a virtual experience. And our schools are getting much better at this, much more sophisticated at this. And frankly, the markets, whether it's at the bachelor's level or the executive level, they're demanding it. So as my colleagues have said, we must continue to push our business schools, push our professors around excellence and flexibility in responding to the ever-changing demands of different market segments.
Thank you very much, team. Thank you. And with your permission, I'm sorry to pull a little bit my colleague, Professor Barano, from his condition of comfort. I know that Sberbank is working with top executives, with top bankers, and creating ecosystem of the country is working with millions and millions of very good ordinary people. What's your feeling about the segmentation when you're using the methods, instruments, and formats of online education?
You know, I certainly agree with what was said already. But in addition, probably we should mention that there is segmentation already. It was before the pandemic. In a sense, this trend, the top providers started to consider online education seriously. They're much more involved in online education. Actually, this trend became top education more available to people, because this segmentation is not only based on perception to education, I wanted to do it online or on ground, but also on financial resources available. So I think, you know, we actually make education more available to the sense. But we should also remember that considering this idea of putting different pieces, as it was mentioned, I totally agree with that. But learning is not the only piece that we should consider and probably drop into two smaller pieces. In corporate education, at least, corporate university is also a place where you absorb corporate culture, where you develop your unique network that will help you in your career, in your development, in your projects across the company. And finally, it's a point for ideation, where innovation actually might be born. How small they are. Maybe we just agree, you know, sitting in one class, this is a nice idea, we should do something about it in our divisions. We should probably cooperate. So this opportunity for networking, for idea exchange, for idea generation should be somehow kept in online delivery, or should be probably kept in combination of online delivery and delivery on the ground.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear friends, I just want to inform you about the results of our voting. I shall remember you. The question was whether online education can be as effective and efficient as in-class or ground education, and there were 3 versions of reply. Yes, it can. No, it cannot. I do not know. So those people who voted yes, it can, creates 55% of our audience. Pretty high figure. I expected it to be a little bit lower. Those who answered no, it won't, 20%, and 25% declared we do not know. Thank you very much for our for the people who are following our discussion, for their participation in the voting. And I want to ask to the esteemed experts one more question. It is pretty simple. When I'm trying to following the psychology of GZ, of the Generation Z, very often I do not understand them completely. And just recently, a small story, during the New Year, with my family and friends of our family outside of Moscow in the open air, we had a celebration and small test, and we're asking questions about the Soviet time fields. The younger generation reacted positively, but when I started asking questions about Harry Potter, the elder generation could answer nothing, and the younger generation knew everything. And I found out that the characters, the values, differ very much, and that we, the elder generation, not often feel them. And so the question, again connected with the marketing. Today, in the Russian market, we have a wave of junk MBA programs, very inexpensive, for $300, $400, so-called MBA programs. In fact, this is, well, creation of some self-awareness about that management exists. Very inexpensively, very aggressive, and directed to that generation. And to the extent I know, as the president of RABE, the turnover of this market is high and it is growing. What's your feeling? Does it mean that in future the new generation would start looking for some simplification of getting knowledge, to some simplified programs which are less expensive, to getting knowledge by small pieces and then returning to that? What is happening? It seems to be that previously we didn't have this phenomena.
Well, Sergey, I'll jump in very quickly. I think Gen Z is very keenly aware of the need to constantly upgrade their skills and their competencies. And they're looking continuously, as are so many others, with credentials, with badges, with acknowledgement of continuous learning. And at the end of the day, above and beyond our degrees, what matters is what we can do. And oftentimes this is validated through these additional credentials. And I think in this response, quality wins out. And that while some may migrate to no quality, horribly inexpensive, quick fixes, if it doesn't raise skill levels or competency levels, there's no gain. And so at the end of the day, I fully believe that high quality, continuous improvement wins almost every time.
Thank you very much, Tim. Yeah. I want to believe that too. And well, I hope you're completely right. We have extra 2 minutes for very short one extra comment. Welcome, gentlemen.
I'm Morgan.
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Charles. Go ahead, Charles.
Thank you. I will say again that there's opportunities to enrich what we do with online education, as Tim said, through experiential learning to drive quality up. So let me just give an example of where I've seen it as part of the pandemic. At my school at Wake Forest University, we were concerned that people would be isolated, like you said, Sergey. So we introduced a brand new course when the pandemic happened that allowed our students to do consulting in their local communities, wherever they were, and work with local organizations while they were studying remotely. Because we knew that some students will feel comfortable going out there and they wanted that personal interaction. So here's the situation where we drove up the quality of the experience, we drove up the learning outcomes by using online technology that we didn't even choose by choice to have in that moment. So I think the potential is really high for driving the quality and experiential learning in the future. And I'm excited to be working with you, learning from you about how to do that better.
Thank you very much, Charles. I'm afraid, Nick, 30 seconds, very quickly.
30 seconds, yeah. Well, one comment. Well, I have a son who's Gen Z, and he is, you know, very digital savvy, and he appreciates it a lot to be on campus in class with his, you know, with his friends. Second comment: in the Netherlands, there have been student protests this year from students between 18 and 22, and they say we want to go back to class. We don't want to have online learning, you know, and it's not about that all the online learning was poor per se. I think it was overall, it was fine. However, people still beyond, you know, being online, they still want to be together. And I call it high tech, high touch. We need to do both, right? And if we can do both and we can do it really well for different archetypes, we have outstanding education.
Thank you very, very much. Gentlemen, unfortunately, our time is coming to the end. Tim, Nick, Igor, Charles, thank you very, very much for your participation. I do hope to continue our discussion next year at Gaidar Forum, but alive, on the ground. I'm all for digital learning. However, I would be very happy to see you here alive and would be very happy to show you a little bit of new, enlightened and beautiful Moscow. Thank you very much. Take care. Be healthy. Unfortunately, coronavirus is still around. I wish you all the best. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. All the best. Bye. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш «Газпромбанк».
звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
на наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливым.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Добрый день.
Hello.
Уважаемые коллеги.
Hello, dear colleagues. Dear guests of our forum, we begin our discussion on the factor of victory in the Great Patriotic War.
Великая Отечественная война
The Great Patriotic War is a major milestone in the history of our country. And World War II was a major milestone for the entire world in the 20th century.
полагаю, что до последнего времени
I believe that until recently, most research
до последнего времени
until recently,
и основные происходящие явления во время войны
major developments at war were interpreted from a military perspective. Today, we would rather focus on the economic factors.
Прежде всего, мне бы хотелось представить наших спикеров.
Before everything else, I would like to introduce our speakers, who are three famous historians.
Стивен
Kotkин,
американский профессор,
US professor at Princeton,
выдающегося
is the
произведения.
author of an outstanding work, The History of Stalin. The first two volumes have been published, and they are being translated into Russian. Volume 3, which deals with the Great Patriotic War, will hopefully be finished soon. Adam Tooze, professor at Columbia University, an historian who was probably amongst the first who began seriously researching the economy of Germany before and during the war, and his book, Making and Breaking of the Nazi Economy, was translated into Russian and published in this country. Alexei Isaev is a famous military historian. Is director of the recently established Center for Military History, and he's an author of numerous books on military history, and he's also part of our discussion.
Мы начнем с того, что война началась.
So, let us begin by saying that the war began for the Soviet Union with the attack of the Nazi Germany. And it is an open question whether both parties were really prepared for the war economically. Let's begin with Stephen. Your opinion, sir.
For long-term struggles.
Thank you, Andre, for the question. Thank you so much for the honor of being able to participate in the Gaidar Forum. Let me begin by underscoring that the Soviet Union was victorious. The victory was not caused by Hitler's mistakes. Stalin made as many mistakes, perhaps more mistakes than Hitler. It was not caused by the weather. The Soviet Union won on the battlefield, and it won on the home front. In explaining that victory, as Andre said, we're going to focus more on the home front today. I would answer your question, Andre, by stating, first of all, that no country was ready for such a war. It was impossible to be ready for such a war in peacetime. That includes Japan and Germany, the two initiators of the war. It also includes Great Britain and the United States. The United States was perhaps the least ready for the war, but of course it ended up being very soon the most impressive economy in the war. So no, The Soviet Union was not ready for the war, but it could not have been ready for such a war economically. If we take some of the usual aspects, for example, the pre-war location of industry behind the Urals, which is sometimes given as an explanation of the Soviet Union being ready for war. This does not hold based on the evidence. The pre-war industrial base behind the Urals was very small, minuscule compared to the industry in the traditional regions of Leningrad, Moscow, the Ukraine, and of course the Volga Valley. It was only the first 5-year plan where there was significant investment in industry behind the Urals, and in the second and third 5-year plans, much greater investment in traditional areas of industry. If we take one other aspect, then I'll conclude my answer to your question on the second aspect, the scale of Stalin's forced industrialization. We hear a lot that because of Stalin and the way he forced the country to industrialize as quickly as possible, that this made the country more ready for war. The problem with this argument is that the Soviet Union fought the war with only 2/3 of the industrial base that was created by Stalin as of 1940. It lost 1/3 of the pre-war industrial base and fought the war without it. And so the idea that Stalin created of necessity the kind of industrial base that would be ready for war is only partly true, and we can debate that issue further.
Okay, Adam, what's your opinion? Was Germany economically prepared to the war?
Thank you, Andre. And I, like Stephen, am extremely pleased to be taking part in the Gaidar Forum. I regret very much that for a variety of reasons, it's clearly impossible to be in Moscow in person. The last time I was there, it was a wonderful event. I mean, your question, obviously from the German side, has a slightly different meaning because Germany was already at war in the summer of 1941. It had been, of course, since the fall of 1939. And furthermore, its attack on the Soviet Union is a premeditated act of aggression with considerable preparation on the German side for this assault. This is not a war like 1914, where the army is, as it were, launched from a standing, demobilized state. Germany has been planning in detail, down to operational detail, the assault on the Soviet Union, at least since December 1940. But nevertheless, the answer to your question is the same I would give as Stephen gave. In other words, Germany is not prepared for a long and protracted war on the Eastern Front. And that points to the staggering, vertiginous, dizzying irresponsibility of German military planning for the invasion of the Soviet Union. It is a gamble that the Soviet Union, the Red Army, can be decisively defeated within really one bound, the first 500-kilometer bound of the Wehrmacht's assault on the Soviet Union, freeing German forces and economic resources to be redeployed, because Germany continues to be and anticipates being in an even bigger war, which is against the global powers of the British Empire and ultimately the United States. And if there is one single element that can make sense of this, on the face of it, fundamentally, well, it's extraordinary. To call it irrational maybe misses the point. It's an incredible gamble on the possibility of knocking the Red Army out so as to then pivot. It is the organizing racialized ideology of the Third Reich, which has a variety of different phenomena, but one of them is that, as it were, it claims that a total war is inevitable. It's not a choice for Germany. It's already happening, and against the Western powers as against the East. And furthermore, in a minor key, on a smaller scale, the more banal assumption that Russians, that Slavs are subhuman and therefore can be overwhelmed in that first assault. So racism enters into the details of German operational planning so as to square this equation, which by December in front of Moscow, if not already in August in front of Krakow, has come apart at the seams.
Okay, Alexei, any comment concerning this point?
In Russian or in English?
Up to you, but maybe in English to speed up our discussion.
Если позволите, я на русском, так, я думаю, быстрее мне
With your
получится.
permission, I will speak Russian. It will be easier for me to formulate and word things properly.
Короткой 15-минутной, там выдвинул тезис о том, что...
In my lecture, 15-minute lecture, I assumed that the Soviet Union was getting ready for a past war, and the country and the economy was getting ready for an infantry-type war, a war of the previous kind, World War II, and it was relying on the capacity that was most relevant for the First World War, and a different kind of warfare based on gunpowder production, the pyroxylene gunpowder, whereas the rest of the world were using nitroglycerin and the low-propelled artillery, which was not up to the mark in the industrial era, especially in the mobile warfare, the tank-driven warfare. Yes, the Soviet Union was getting ready, and still there were so many mistakes, serious mistakes, errors, and omissions made in getting ready for capacity building, like the construction of low-speed tractors and gunpowder factories that were churning out pyroxylene gunpowder, or this is what Soviet authorities counted on. I would venture a joke. Germans believed that everybody who were dressed decently near Moscow were coming from Siberia. That was not true. They came from Kazakhstan, from Siberia. There is also a delusion that there is an industrial center sitting somewhere deep in the Urals. I believe the significance of the Urals and its Urals industrial base was exaggerated. I do not agree. I would beg to disagree with Stephen that industrialization was like, to some extent, a squander of resources and investment. It created a groundwork, a basis. The Stalingrad Tractor Works, that was probably the only manufacturing facility for T-34 tanks. Yes, the old one was located in Kharkov, in the old traditional industrial area. However, part of the equipment was transported to the Urals with the reserve capacity of a non-defense factory that was busy churning out railroads and rail engines. Also, during industrialization, where the Soviet Union commissioned a lot of aluminium-producing factories, and this aluminium enabled the Soviet Union to produce wooden aircraft with aluminium parts near Leningrad, yes. However, the aluminium was smelted in the Urals. Everything was very contradictory. So there's a lot of pro and contras. On the one hand, the Soviet Union was ready for a war industry-wise, just because they produced so many motor vehicles. And the motor vehicles were our salvation back in 1941 and 42. So there are so many contradictions here, so my answer would be both yes and no. Thank you.
We now have two different options. We have to agree with the idea that nobody was ready properly. And Alexei says that Soviet Union, to a certain extent, was prepared to the war. Okay, the war started. First months were disastrous, a lot of losses. It was necessary to retreat. Evacuation started. Traditionally, evacuation is considered to be a great success and very well organized, but recent research shows that it was not exactly so. Also, it is not absolutely clear what do we call successful evacuation of, say, a particular plant. If 30% of staff and 40% of machinery is evacuated, is it okay? Is it successful? Or is 60% of staff and 60% of machinery is evacuated? Is it successful? But if this machinery reaches the destination and is not able to produce the production in the necessary quality and the necessary quantity, is this successful? So the question is, was evacuation successful from the point of view of our experts? Okay, let's start from Stephen.
Given that 0% evacuation is a failure, 1% evacuation is success, 2% is better, 3% is better than that, 20% is better than that. Whatever you're able to evacuate is a success. But here is your problem. Why are you undertaking evacuation at all? The only reason you are evacuating industry is because you don't understand modern war and you miscalculated German intentions and German mobilization capacity. So evacuation is ipso facto a failure because it's necessary in the first place. But it is a success if you get any of your industry out. They were able, as Alexei pointed out, to evacuate some of the tank production equipment and the tank production technology, but also the workers and the specialists. This is very important. If you break evacuation down by high priority sectors, then of course the movement of tank production is much more important than any other evacuation. Munitions, tanks, aviation, if you're successful to a certain extent in those areas, that's an achievement, but an achievement within the failure necessitating evacuation in the first place. Let's take a step back, Andre, and think about where this industry came from that was evacuated. All of the technology of the first and second five-year plan, all of it, except for synthetic rubber, so-called caoutchouc, every single first and second five-year plan, industrial either expansion or creation of a factory, was imported technology from other countries. Mostly it's machine tools, what in Russian are known as stanki. This machine tool import is decisive in Soviet industrialization. Without this imported high-quality technology from Italy, from Germany, from France, from the United States, including from Nazi Germany, let's remember, because Hitler was shipping machine tools to Stalin up to the last minute in exchange for the raw materials. This import of technology is what is evacuated under duress when they've miscalculated what type of war they're going to be involved in. And so Alexei is right. There are industrial factories producing very important priority defense industry materials. The question, however, is you can build a tank factory in many different ways. You can build it by wasting investment. You can build it by wasting output because a lot of it is what is called brak in Russian, or waste. You can build it with massive loss of life. That's how Stalin built it. He built it with wasted investment, with wasted output, with massive loss of life. But yes, he built it. And so it's not enough to argue that they had the technology and they were able to produce the tanks, because you can produce tanks in many different ways. The United States also produced tanks, but the United States didn't produce tanks with massive wasted investment, massive loss of life, and massive wasted output. Now, the Soviet Union won because it produced those tanks. That's a bottom line, unarguable proposition. So for us, the issue is, were there other ways to do this besides the way that they did do it, which helps explain the victory?
Adam, any comments? And also whether the Germany had any problem of evacuation, or that was too short when the Soviet offensive started and the Allies started second front. Was there a question of evacuation at all in Germany?
There was indeed. In the later stages of the war, it becomes an overriding preoccupation, not because of the invasion of land armies. By that point, the war is clearly lost. But in the phase from 42 onwards, it's crucial because of the intensity of strategic bombing. And if you are thinking about the dilemma, the grand strategic dilemma that Germany faces, and why I am as definitive as I am in saying that I find Germany's defeat more or less foreordained, it's when you compare its limited economic base, in limited industrial base, with the three-dimensional war that it's trying to fight on land, obviously preeminently against the Red Army in the Soviet Union at huge cost to the Germans as well. On the sea, the war that they abandoned first, essentially the surface navy already in Norway in 1940, the undersea war, the U-boat war by 1943, the wolf packs have been pulled out of the Atlantic. But the war that is most expensive, more expensive than the land war, more expensive than the tank war, is the air war. Initially, of course, the Luftwaffe is heavily deployed to the Eastern Front in 1941. But as the Allies' strategic bombing offensive begins, it has to be redeployed. And the other move the Germans make is, in fact, an evacuation of sorts underground and into areas which are more remote, notably Poland. Auschwitz, the great chemical plant and death camp, is where it is because it's far away from bombing. That's in a sense a kind of evacuation, and it was only reachable by Allied bombers once we had air bases in Italy to attack it from. So, yes, there's an evacuation. And the conclusion, though I don't think I agree with Stephen's overall evaluation of the Stalinist industrialization drive, the basic point that evacuation is hugely inefficient and causes a huge loss of efficiency holds for Germany absolutely as well. By 44, 45, they are able to produce aircraft underground. They produce the V2 rocket, famously in mine shafts in a mountain with concentration camp labor. It's a nightmarish scene, but it's grossly inefficient. When you redeploy a big, complex, modern factory, you inevitably suffer losses of efficiency. Whether, in fact, in the end, it's true that Soviet, say, tank production, T-34 compared to a Sherman, for instance, in terms of overall resource input, including capital wastage, is more wasteful in the Soviet Union. I seriously doubt, to be honest, the price data that we have about those two vehicles, setting aside the much greater merits of the T-34 as a combat vehicle, don't suggest that at all. It looks to us as though the war effort of the United States was a giant bonanza for profiteering on the part of Detroit. And so that is not a recipe for efficiency either. But the comparative work that will be necessary to do that has not been done. Despite the heroic labors of people like Mark Harrison in the Soviet archives, we haven't got the comparisons. And so everyone is left with their national romance of industrialization. The Americans have Freedom Forge and the Arsenal of Democracy, and the Soviets have the heroes of labor riding out from the factories to do battle with the Wehrmacht. We don't have the statistical basis, as far as I'm aware, to actually do a proper point-to-point comparison. It would be doable. It would be a great project for one of the institutes in Moscow to take on. Let's compare what it costs to make a T-34 with what it costs to make a Sherman with an 85mm gun, a proper one.
Okay, thank you. Alexei, any comment from your side?
About evacuation, one thesis, I think, important. To my mind, Soviet evacuation is in fact a combination of equipment movement from the West and the mobilization of previously existing plants. For example, Chelyabinsk, famous Tankograd, is a melting pot of evacuated equipment from different places, not only from Leningrad, and stanki of Chelyabinsk tractor factory. And this factory, within 13 years, produced agricultural tractors. And the same thing is Stalingrad tractor factory. And this factory also produced tanks. More complicated case is military factories. For example, Perm gunpowder factory. This was a huge factory not completed until the beginning of war. But this incompleted factory received equipment from already existing factory from Donbass. I mean factory number 59 from Petrovenki. And this equipment could help complete the building of large and modern plant for gunpowder, the modern cardite powder. And that's why the Soviet evacuation isn't so successful as our Soviet literature explains, but Soviet evacuation based on mobilization of many plants, and these many plants were built during the industrialization, and that's why we can make some calculation and define the real role of industrialization. It was costly. It was very complicated process, but in fact, industrialization was the base of the victory, because without this base, any movement of equipment will be unsuccessful, because it's impossible to create a new factory in the forest, for example. But if you 10 years built in this forest Perm gunpowder factory, it will be successful. It produce gunpowder for rocket launchers, for I mean Katyusha, so-called Katyusha, or Stalin organ, as called by Germans. And to my mind, the Soviet evacuation was a partially successful. It's not successful as successful as described above before in Soviet literature, but in fact successful process, and with some mistakes and some drawbacks of it. Of course, it was a successful moment, and German also faced the same process when some factories and plants should move from the west to east to occupied Poland and so on.
Okay, colleagues, we have now spent 2/3 of our time, and I think that our discussion cannot be as comprehensive as we would like, but I also hope that it is not our last meeting, and we have recently created the Center for Economic of the War, military economic and Alexei is the head of this newly organized structure, and therefore I hope that we could continue these discussions in different ways, maybe with other colleagues who has been mentioned, like Mike Harrison and so on. So maybe we can now move, skip some preliminary plans, but make a sort of general comment of the sources of victory of the Soviet Union and the reasons of the defeat of Germany. And maybe we will now shift back to Stephen, and you have 3-4 minutes for sort of general comments.
Alexei was correct about the nature of the evacuation, precisely described by him. Priority areas, and also not just the technology, but also the workers and the engineers and the managers. So I want to talk about the cadre for a second. Adam is also correct that there was a lot of waste in the U.S. defense industry. At the same time, the production of airplanes was phenomenal. And so the industrial potential is far greater overall. As far as the T-34, it got better over time, but of course the gearbox didn't work the first year and a half. So how did they win? And I would point to 3 ways. First, the system. The system was able, as Alexei pointed out, to mobilize colossal resources on behalf of the war. It didn't mobilize those resources always efficiently, as he also pointed out, but it was able to mobilize resources for the war. So it produced and it mobilized resources as a system. So we must give the Soviet system part of the credit for achieving the victory. Here there are also mythologies, but I'll skip them. Secondly, there are a lot of cadre who deserve also our attention. There is an entirely new cadre of industrial managers and engineers, and also of highly skilled workers, and many of them are evacuated with their factories, and sometimes the workers are evacuated more efficiently than the machines, and sometimes the machines are evacuated more efficiently than the workers. But nonetheless, there is a built-in personnel achievement of many, many tens of thousands of people who have experience managing factories and also working in the shops. So that's very, very important. On the military battlefield side, Stalin did less well than he did on the military industrial complex cadre side. That's a complicated question, but it took him much longer to find field military commanders than it did for him to find military industrial complex managers, engineers, and workers. Finally, Soviet patriotism, Andrei. If we say the system was able to mobilize resources, and the system created, and the cadre were up to the task of running the war over time, especially, they got better, there was a great deal of patriotism exhibited in the system. The patriotism was not Russian, it was Soviet. It was, of course, about the motherland. It was, of course, about socialism. It was about great power status. It was about Stalin as a leader. It was all of those factors thrown in together. The Germans contributed to Soviet patriotism because the German occupation was barbaric, exterminationist. However, Soviet patriotism predated German barbarism, and there were many Soviet patriots before the barbarism was fully revealed. The barbarism of the German occupation was important for those people who were less patriotic, were sitting on the fence, or were anti-Soviet and discovered that the Germans were worse than their own native dictatorial regime. And so if you put together these 3 pieces, the system as a whole, the cadre, and the patriotism, this adds to the industrialization story. The foreign imported technology, the machine tools, and the creation of aviation industry, tank industry, modern munition industry, all were major achievements accomplished at very high cost, tremendous waste and contradictions, but also achievements. But that industrial achievement would not have been sufficient without the ability of the system to mobilize those resources, without the cadre in place in the localities, and without the patriotism exhibited in addition to the anti-Soviet sentiments that we know about. And so the Soviet victory is explicable. We can explain it by these factors. We shouldn't romanticize it, just as we should not romanticize United States' performance in the war, or as Adam pointed out, Germany's performance in the war. There were mistakes, waste, loss of life, even if you take the criminality aside. That's what war on this scale, perforce, always brings you. So in the end, a Soviet victory, which is explicable, in my view, by these factors.
Okay, Adam, Germany defeat, politic or economic or pure military?
Right.
3 minutes.
Andrzej, thank you very much. I'll just very briefly make 3 points, if I may. The first is that I'd like to welcome the initiative of creating an institute or a center for the research of military economics in Moscow. And may I take this occasion to offer my cooperation and any services that I made to this wonderful endeavor. It is hugely important, not just because of to satisfy historical antiquarian interest, but because the politics of war economics and mobilization continue to matter. They evidently matter, as Stephen has suggested, for the national mythology and the national history of Russia and the Soviet Union. But they also matter in very important ways outside, not so much in Europe, but in the United States. If you look at the rhetoric surrounding Operation Warp Speed, the great vaccine program of this year, if you look at the rhetoric surrounding the Green New Deal, the great hope of environmental activists in the United States, both of them are motivated by reference to the mythology of freedoms forged, the arsenal of democracy, the potential of American capitalism unleashed for the good. And we need to have a critical understanding of how this actually operates, and that has to be comparative. And the obvious comparator for the United States is the Soviet Union. Why? This is my second point. When you look, as Stephen has just said, war is murder, war is chaos, war is hell, war is confusion, it's corruption, it's crime, it's all of those things. Any large project, when you look at it in detail, as he brilliantly did in his book, Magnetogorsk, will at some level look like that. So how do we, as it were, provide ourselves with a benchmark for saying, with some degree of confidence, making comparative metric comparisons? So in my book, Wages of Destruction, I used a very simple index. What was the pre-war industrial manufacturing output of the major countries? What is our best guess of their armaments output during the war, and how do they stand in relation to each other? Very crude, but very broad brush estimates. And for the Western countries, the United States, Britain, and Germany, what you see is completely unsurprising. In other words, the ratio of all armaments output in the Western countries to their pre-war industrial production is the same. It's identical. All of them mobilize in roughly the way that you would predict. Stephen is right. They make a lot of aircraft, but then America's manufacturing was way ahead before the war, so that's not surprising. The one country that stands out is the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union produces far more armaments than you would have expected on the basis of its pre-war industrial base. Now, clearly part of that is to do with mobilization, but I don't think we can exclude the possibility, and Mark Harrison has demonstrated the existence of efficiency gain, learning curve effects, genuine, if you like, industrial progress within the Soviet system. Why was Germany as modest in its production achievement as it was, in the sense it just replicated what it did before the war, despite being an authoritarian dictatorship? If you want one single factor, and one that's very interesting by comparison with Britain on the one hand and the Soviet Union on the other, it's structural. It's not in the industrial sector, it's in the agrarian sector. It's the inability of Germany, which we think of as an industrial society, to actually mobilize its large peasant population into the war effort that distinguishes it, say, from Britain or the United States. And that, I think, is a crucial underestimated factor in this story. And on the other hand, the Stalinist system's iron grip on the Soviet countryside is the crucial complement to its mobilizing capacity in the war. That, for me, would be, as it were, if we're looking for big differences, that will be one of the places I would look. No social revolution in Nazi Germany. A racial revolution, yes, but no social and economic revolution.
Adam. Okay, Alexei, 2 minutes.
Yes. A few words just. I agree to Stephen about cadres because the people is a key element of any system. And in the Soviet system exists a person like, for example, Zaltzman. He was the head of plant which produced famous T-34 tanks. And Zaltzman was the person who made a T-34 real mass production weapon. And Germany hasn't the same person in its complex panzer industry, to my mind. Where I know the same person in Germany. And that's why the previously railway factory became the leader of tank production. And maybe the same person exists in American industry. And our main task is define these persons, these key persons, Zaltzman or anybody else, who made the system working. And this is also my task, to find, to define, to prove it with papers, with archival sources, to prove the value of person who create the industry, who wins the terrible war.
Okay, colleagues, I think we need to make sort of conclusion. I believe that our discussion has revealed certain important factors which were not yet described in literature. And I hope that our discussion will continue. And thanks for Adam, and I'm sure that Stephen will participate in our research. I basically agree with a lot of possible criticism which relates to deficiencies in preparation or in strategy or in particular action during the war. And there were some research also in America. For example, my good friend Holland Hunter made a book called The Foundation of Economic Strategy, where he tried to make mathematical model of Soviet economy and to check whether different, more balanced, more smooth growth could provide better economy before the war than it was in fact. But still, the system, as Stephen said, was able to mobilize, and people were patriotic, and they were able to learn, and military people were able to learn, and somehow the system survived and then was victorious. And we still have a lot of things to do to understand the real factors, the real people who made this system work, because the system doesn't work without people. All catastrophes, as Kaganovich said, has name, surname, and отчество. And also the victory should have names, should have particular persons, and victories in economy should have particular persons, not only Stalin, not only Voznetsensky, but a lot of people who really contributed to this victory, which gives us a lot of lessons how the economy should work in the strategy, in the crisis, how should be mobilized in modern situation. And there is a lot of things to be learned from the history of our war. Thank you all very much for this participation in our section. And I do hope that we'll have a lot of things to be done in the future. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. Спасибо всем.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш «Газпромбанк».
звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
На наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливым.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Здравствуйте. Тема моего выступления 1941 год и готовность страны и системы власти к войне, к 80-летию начала Великой Отечественной войны. Вопрос о готовности Советского Союза к войне, к большой войне, крайне спорен.
Was the Soviet Union ready to this war? That's an arguable question. The Red Army had to retreat from the border of the USSR all the way through to Leningrad, to Rostov and Moscow. So it may be fair to say that the Soviet Union was not ready to war, but actually the country that was not in fact ready to the war would have been defeated because the army had to retreat to its major industrial regions. The army had to retreat to all the way through to the capital, and finally this retreat would have resulted in collapsing economy. And under the Barbarossa plan, Hitler planned to capture part of the territory of the Russian Federation from Arkhangelsk to the Black Sea. So it's kind of a controversial question. Was the Soviet Union ready? It was, to some extent. To some extent, it wasn't. There was a popular song in the USSR about the beginning of the war and the pre-war period, and the question that was asked in this war was whether the people are ready for it. The country was getting ready to the war, but in fact it was getting ready to the war of the past time, and generals tend to prepare to the wars of the past. And the Russian and the Soviet public were bracing itself to the war of the past, to the kind of a war that started in 1914. And most of those people who were at decision-making positions had some war experience, but the experience of World War I. A lot of people witnessed World War I, and they had really good understanding of what's happening. They all read newspapers, they had the chance to talk to key decision makers, and they had a fairly good picture. And they knew the shortfalls of preparation to the First World War. And the country has done quite a lot in terms of getting prepared to the war. But let me reiterate the point. The Soviet Union was getting prepared to the war like the First World War. Let's try and pay attention to the most meaningful thing, which is military industry and production of gunpowder. Gunpowder is produced for military use. Other weapons or other types of military equipment can be used for other purposes, and there are multiple examples of such use. For example, we can convert a watch manufacturing plant into making assault rifles. However, gunpowder and ammunition can solely be used for war. So the amount of gunpowder and ammunition produced in a country indicates whether the country was actually getting prepared for war. Gunpowder production was a kind of a bottleneck in the Russian Empire in 1914 and through to 1917. And in a way, it remained a bottleneck in the Soviet Union. The Soviet leadership set production targets, but these targets have not been achieved, even though a lot of finance, a lot of money was invested into development of gunpowder industry, but it had some intrinsic shortfalls. And once again, let me reiterate my point. The country was getting prepared to the previous war, because even if we look at the gunpowder production. They were producing the old type of gunpowder. Even in 1914, industrially developed countries started to use a different type of gunpowder that was based on nitroglycerin. Soviet Union barely produced nitroglycerin-based gunpowder, but on the other hand, the Soviet Union has invested much efforts into producing gunpowder of the previous type, or older type. What is the difference between these two types of gunpowders? The difference is that the old type of the gunpowder can be used, they have a smaller area of application. You can only use this in specific type of ammunition.
Идеально подходило для производства пороха легендарной 3-дюймовки.
Soviet gunpowder production facilities were tailored to producing gunpowder that was used in a 3-inch gun that was widespread in the Russian army from 1914 to 1917. It was the mainstay of Russian artillery, and pyrocotton-based gunpowder was perfect for these guns. However, heavier artillery required other types of gunpowder, even if we look at it just from the production perspective or manufacturing perspective. It took pyrocotton-based gunpowder took longer to produce, and the ammunition department of the Ministry of Defense wanted to convert or wanted to build new manufacturing capacity to produce nitroglycerin-based explosive of gunpowder. And it was in the plans of the government, and that production capacity had to be expanded. But that effort came too late. Russian industry and gunpowder making industry was based on large factories, but the Soviet Union took too long to produce these factories. Like, for example, there was a major plant that they started constructing in the town of Perm, but they didn't finish this construction. So there was only one manufacturing facility in the Soviet Union that was producing nitroglycerin-based gunpowder.
Перспективные планы развития пороховой промышленности, они прямо говорят о том, что страна должна была...
If we refer to the plans that were drafted in the end of the 1930s, we would see that the country wanted to convert its gunpowder production to making 500,000 tons of nitroglycerin-based gunpowder. In reality, the amount of that gunpowder produced was just 150,000 tons. So they had grand plans, but they failed to implement all these plans. And now we look at what happened early in 1941, and we have to think about these gunpowder manufacturing plants, those that were in Ukraine and in other cities. Those plants were captured by the Germans by autumn in 1941. And Russian ammunition-making industry was out of gunpowder. And the same can be said about 3-nitrotoluene, or basic explosive. There were certain production limits. There were certain production restrictions. There were two ways to produce trinitratoluol. You could use oil as a feed for producing this trinitratoluol or toluene, and you could use a different production process. And Soviet chemical industry that was capable of producing trinitratoluene had limited capacity. And oil production industry also had certain capacity limit. So as you can see, there were a lot of bottlenecks in the industry of the Soviet Union. So indeed, they had grand plans and all these, but there were certain bottlenecks. So it's all boiled down to making particular components or particular chemical agents. And in this particular case, it wasn't even Department of Ammunition who was responsible for making the gunpowder, but it was down to the capability of the chemical industry. Joseph Stalin was reviewing a report to be made by Marshal Timoshenko, and Joseph Stalin focused on the artillery. That was his primary focus.
But this was not justified because the Red Army could not use the artillery in the same volume that they've been planning, or what Stalin himself was planning. Or Defense Secretary Timoshenko, and those who were writing the plans of a production of 500,000 tons a year. And you would consider that this is pretty dire straits and pretty dismal picture, but the world is very complex, and Soviet Union was preparing for war, and of course it had some so-called bright spots or good aspects, armored vehicles and armored tanks and stuff. And in this regard, we can say that Soviet Union was ready for a war by building tanks. T-34, KV-1 model, it's a heavy tank. And these tanks, they had some resources for the upgrade, and at the same time, they had been on the leading edge, on the bleeding edge of the technical progress. And due to what I've mentioned before, I absolutely have to say that these tanks had been armed with those like 3-inch artillery and 76 millimeters guns. It was a perfect weapon of the Russian defense industry because it was being produced from those components which Soviet Union had for the mass production. And when one of the big bosses of the tank industry, Zalzman, has made this tank a mass production, basically it saved the country, because it was this very component with which Russian army could balance out all the failures and all the narrow spots which they had elsewhere in production. We've lost the gunpowder plants. We were not ready to build such amount of powder which any military conflict would require. The Red Army was not supplied with the newest explosives of the biggest capacities due to the lack of the raw material base, and later on we had to produce this glycogen or high energy substances and ask the allies and get those raw material supplies from our allies, but it was largely compensated by building and launching the mass production of T-34 and KV tanks. And right here again, we can see this kind of swing when here you have it bad and over there you have it good, and again you have like bad. And so what was the main drawback, main disadvantage of building the tank fleet of the Soviet Army? The bottleneck was systematic failure of producing the armor pierce. They were misproduced in 76 millimeter components. And speaking about the plan, they were fulfilling the plan only by 18%, which was devoiding Russian tanks to compete and to fight off the German tanks. Again, we're going back to this statement, whether the Red Army was ready for war. The Red Army was being supplied with the mechanical power units, tractor TZ-5. They were called the And the problem was, this was the perfect tanks and pullers for the infantry, but they were not fitting for the mechanized units. And when they've had this famous meeting with the Commissar Timoshenko, the tank commissar was saying that you cannot ride fast on the tractor. And in the summer of the 1945, it all has been very clearly seen during the first operations in the army. Red Army was not equipped with a new mechanized and motorized vehicles and means, and simply they had these like tractors which were not fitted for the war, and these kind of mishaps were many. And speaking about the newest destroyer planes that had been produced, they were mass-produced, but again, those ignition candles were failing, then the guns were failing down with these newest airplanes. And again, the aircraft were great, but during the flight, it could be like a dove of peace because all the gunnery and machinery would fail and would not work on those airplanes. And the question whether the Red Army and the Soviet state in general was ready or not for the war of 1941. It's a very complex issue. In some aspects, yes. In other aspects, no, they were not ready because they were trying to get ready for the past war. The same is true for the governance system. The headquarters of the Supreme Commander, it was initiated 1 month after the beginning of the Great Patriotic War. And these headquarters had been operating in this way until 1945. Moreover, the Soviet system had to build a separate management defense committee. It was also done in an emergency mode as the last kind of effort. And all of this creates a very complex picture of what they were trying to ready for. Yes, there is a famous phrase by Joseph Stalin that in 10 years we have to do what it took others 100 years. Yes, much ground has been covered, but on the other hand, this kind of quick sprint in many aspects was not finalized in terms of preparing for the war. The Soviet chemical industry producing some separate secondary components, but they were that very glass ceiling, so to speak, which would put the limits to production of very important components, which is a gunpowder for the military and other components of explosives. Yes, you could substitute it with the surrogates, or you could involve some civil industries, but these were all just replacements of what had to be produced, and the effect of using them was lower than what the military needed. So the problem is quite complex, and answer to any historic questions is usually cannot be provided in a simple phrase or terms. You always have to say yes, but, or no, but. It's also something we have to take into account whenever we study history and economics of our country. Thank you for your attention.